some progress, at least a little bit, around just around the edges of where this fire is headed.
Yeah, around the edges and in the vegetation. I think,
in the vegetation for now.
Yeah, they're trying to keep it from obviously marching again towards these homes that are so far untouched. Do we have any update
trying to save those homes right there?
And
That's
actually,
Vista.
Yeah, Chris, sorry to interrupt, but
right
if we can,
that they're trying to save. Sorry.
I was going to say, if we can go in tighter on this view here of those, it looks like people are leaving their homes there. People are, there's authorities, there are some patrol vehicles there, perhaps telling people to start gathering their things. You see the cars out.
Pointing out, yeah.
Yeah, so this might be a community, another community mobilizing to get out.
Yeah, this community isn't taking any chances. Police officers all over the place on this block right here, presumably going door to door or making PA announcements. You can see folks packing their cars and trying to get out. Right now, it appears that the fire is still a ways away from here, but again, it just takes a shift in the wind, and that could all change on a dime. Right now, it does look like the folks are heeding the warnings and getting out. This is going to be Crystal View Ridge at Vista Montemar Drive here in Laguna Niguel, just to the north of where we're watching those other homes go up in smoke there, right there to the top of your screen. That's the neighborhood that's on fire right now, just to the south of Moulton Elementary School, and almost no house on that block has been spared, at least from our view up here.
Unbelievable. And it was interesting to watch real-time people heeding the advice of authorities and getting out getting out quickly when you see what's happening here.
And also what we saw from that picture, you could see the winds, how strong they were in those palm trees. So it's no joke. Yeah.
Chris, any sign
it was remarkable. No, I was just going to say it was remarkable because when we first got here, those trees were almost still. Now, it's not even that windy up here where we're flying, but as you mentioned, Mark, once you get into those canyons, that's where the wind behaves really unpredictably and whips around, bouncing off of those hillsides, and can really throw things off. You take those 30 to 35 mile winds, and then you add some additional gusts, and you could see the entire picture change in a second. It's just unbelievable the way we saw this fire explode from just a couple of acres to what it is now.
Right, and so you've been on scene now for a while. We know there are ambulances there. We've got no reports of anybody being injured. Have you seen any evidence of ambulances being utilized or leaving the scene with lights and sirens? It's kind of our only way at this point of knowing whether anybody's been hurt.
There are definitely ambulances making their way into the area. That's a matter of protocol. This is a mutual aid situation, so all hands on deck for this community. However, to answer your question, we have not seen any ambulances leaving the area. We have no reports of any injuries. We're just at the mercy of this view in between the smoke. You can see they're extending some of their ladder trucks, trying to spill water into the body of flames that are enveloping these homes, shooting the water through the roof from those water cannons, trying to at least tamp down the flames. Even if they can't save the home, maybe they could tamp down some of those embers that are being produced by the furniture and the shrubbery and the belongings and all of the landscaping that's going up in flames. If you could, anything they could do to tamp those embers down, that's the key at this point. Even if it's too late to save the home, they could try and at least, dampen the area.
Yeah, stop the progress of those flames from, moving into, jumping onto other homes as well. Like we're seeing these homes here, they still haven't been
across the street.
Yeah, just across the street. Those are appear to be safe for the moment. But it's just remarkable that we watch these homes go up in flames in such a short period of time.
Really is, and it seemed to, as we look at the picture on your right, is the view from our Irvine Spectrum camera, where you can see the huge plume of smoke that is visible throughout Orange County and probably beyond, where you can see that just the massive amount of smoke, that vegetation that's going up, homes going up in flames, and the resulting smoke plume. And you see how it's kind of laying down. It's not rising straight up into the air. It gets to a a certain area and then kind of goes horizontal. So that's an indicator, too, of the amount of wind that's being generated here.
Indeed, and it is good to see the aircraft dropping the retardant and of course, the water-dropping helicopters as well, but it seems like it's just not enough for this firefight.
Yeah, Chris, what else are you seeing right now in terms of homes? You had a count of roughly 10. I'm seeing on some social media perhaps as many as 12 or more. Have you been able to get a more of a count?
Yeah, at least 13 by our count up here. That's a minimum, at least 13 for sure. But there are additional. I think on top of that drop that you saw, that tanker drop just a moment ago, that incidentally is on the other side of the fire. They appear to be trying to contain various edges of the fire, including the north edge of the fire, where that voluntary evacuation order is in place, a ways away from that leading edge of the fire. That is the north side of this fire, the north head of the coastal fire. By the way, that's the name of this fire. The coastal fire is what they are calling it. What we are not seeing is any aerial attack on this side of the fire, where this neighborhood is on fire. We have not seen any drops in the last several minutes, and that may be due to a number of factors, including the fact that you have firefighters and, of course, residents trying to evacuate, firefighters trying to get water on some of these homes. If you start dropping tons of fire retardant and water, it actually could hurt somebody. So that may be part of it. Also, the smoke is definitely playing a factor as well in preventing some of these drops inside of the neighborhood. It's just a precarious situation. Right now, this side of the fire in this neighborhood is really being dealt by the ground units in this neighborhood.
Look at those flames. 13 homes now likely destroyed. Wow.
Yeah, at the very least, and many more still in danger. This is an active situation. The wind's still blowing. Dallas says the winds are going to die down, but not for a while, not till tonight. And so this is still a situation that is very fluid and very active. It's a multi-agency response. We saw Cal Fire, Orange County Fire, and we assume Laguna Niguel, Laguna Beach are also responding to this, getting water from, we believe, that golf course nearby to bring to bear on the flames. The water-dropping helicopters doing what they can, but as Chris Christie indicated, they may be limited in terms of drops by the fact that there are firefighters actively fighting fire in those homes, and you can't just drop a ton of water on people because that could injure them. Yeah. There's where they're getting some of their water from, right there.
Yeah. And 2 hours now into this coastal fire in the Aliso Summit Trail in Orange County, 13 homes destroyed, or at the very least badly damaged that we know of, and many other homes still in danger of being overtaken by flames. And then we are seeing also other communities nearby, people packing up, grabbing their belongings, and authorities alerting residents to gather their things and leave. Evacuation orders obviously in place.
Yeah, you saw that tub there on the other side of the fire where that Cal Fire helicopter was loading up. He's got that snorkel. He could just drop it right in there and quickly scoop up about 350 gallons of water at a time. He's been going back and forth, back and forth. We haven't seen a lot of those drops. I think some of those drops, again, are taking place underneath the layer of smoke here. But he's been hard at work. There are additional helicopters, at least 2 or 3 others that are active here, as well as now, I think, at least 4 tankers total that are on scene. So the tankers, once again, are carrying the fire retardant. They're the ones that are painting the orange lines around the perimeter of the fire. And then you have those workhorses, those Blackhawks, those Bell 209s, those helicopters that are making repeated precision water drops wherever they can find a clear spot to shut down some of those flames. That's what they're doing. But this is the north side of the fire here, that tanker flying over that neighborhood where there's a voluntary evacuation order near Balboa and Nye. They're calling that's the Portofino neighborhood. The north side, he's flying around Ben Brown's golf course, and as we come around, we're going to give you a different view a different vantage point where maybe we can catch a little bit of a different glimpse at some of the additional homes that are catching on fire. Initially, just a couple of minutes ago, you were looking towards the west. We were on the east side of the fire looking west. Now we're over the coastline looking east, trying to get a full 360 view of this fire activity.
All right, and as we get that view, we have a video that's come in to us from the ground. Here it is. You're looking at the area where those houses were directly under threat, some of them beginning to burn, and this is what people on the ground were facing. And hopefully when they saw that, they got out, because you see how quickly it goes up that hillside. Fire burns something like 8 times faster uphill than it does downhill, and that's not accounting for the wind, as that E2 drops that fire retardant right there.
And we're seeing lots of images on social media as well. People getting a little too close to the flames and to the smoke. Some people commenting, "Okay, here's this picture, and now I'm leaving because it's getting too close and too dangerous." Also, we're hearing reports that the command is incident command is asking the sheriffs to keep people from entering that area to take pictures or perhaps to try to reach their homes to try to get their belongings. It's just not safe at this point.
Right. Firefighters are doing everything they can to save homes and belongings and, of course, lives first. That's why they want people to stay out of the area. But wow, look at the video from the ground, the amount of wind, how fast it's blowing. And this is something that had been talked about. Dallas had been saying the wind was coming, and so it certainly did. And it's really a huge factor in this. You know, fires, they need wind to drive them. They need fuel, they need wind, and they need heat, of course. And it's the wind being the primary thing now. There was a spark, something started it, something or someone, either accidentally or on purpose, started this fire. Right. And the result is what we're seeing. At least 13 homes, maybe more, that have gone up in flames, and it's not over yet, Javon.
And the lesson here is that we don't even really need the extreme heat, because our brush is so dry and the drought conditions are so bad, even without extreme heat, because today really wasn't very hot, Dallas.
Today, with temperatures below normal, of course, humidity's not bad either. Humidity's from some of our reporting stations in that area, 40–50% humidity. Nothing like the 4 and 5% that we see below the canyons when we have the Santa Ana winds. But it is very, very windy. You have brush, and then you have an ignition. That's the big deal. And no lightning, of course. Most of the fires... Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't interrupt you.
That's okay. We're just getting word that Jessica the Nova is on the ground in an evacuated neighborhood. Let's go to Jessica on the ground. What can you tell us, Jessica? What are you seeing?
Hey guys, the flames are right behind me. The embers are falling. It's hot, it's uncomfortable, it burns in the eyes, and we just heard the Orange County Sheriff's Department deputies announcing on speakers, telling people here, you can smell it, you can see the flames, get in your cars and get out now. We are hearing reports that there are at least a dozen homes engulfed in flames, and right now it is just a rush of people trying to make their way out. The wind is moving rapidly, and we are hearing reports from firefighters that what is happening is these hot embers are falling into the attics of these homes and igniting them. Again, reports that there are about a dozen homes engulfed in flames here because of the coastal fire. No word yet on any injuries that I have been able to confirm, and I have not had the opportunity, guys, we literally just pulled up. I've not had the opportunity to talk to people, but you can see here people trying to make their way out of the neighborhood. These flames quickly moving their way, working their way up to the top of this hill here in the Niguel summit. We're on the corner of Clubhouse and Pacific Island in Laguna Niguel. The fast-moving wind moving these flames rapidly uphill, as flames do. And now we're going to see here, hopefully they can stop them here. Hopefully firefighters with their airdrops, their attacks from above are able to stop the flames at the top of this hill. But if it works its way down, guys, this is just back-to-back homes. Again, we're hearing hot embers making their way into the attics and igniting about a dozen homes. So we will be here. I'm going to be talking to a few neighbors and have a little bit more for you later on in the show. But as far as what we're feeling, guys, the wind is blowing. We're seeing attacks, aerial attacks here. Daryl, if you can go to the left, you can see one of the planes here getting ready to drop. We've seen retardant drop. We see a chopper there. I don't know if you can see it in the distance, but it is uncomfortable to breathe this air. We're masked up, but anybody that's not wearing a mask, guys, they just need to get out of here because this air is nasty. These embers are hot. It burns in your eyes. So, you know, we'll be here talking to people all afternoon, and hopefully firefighters can get control of this. Last I heard, 30 acres right now, this coastal fire at 30 acres. And let's watch here, see if we can see a drop here of retardant. Like I said, that's the top of the summit here, where we're hearing about a dozen homes have been engulfed in flames. And hopefully they can stop this fire here at the ridge and keep it from moving its way back down and then back up again through these hills in Laguna Niguel. For now, we're live in Laguna Niguel reporting from the coastal fire. Jessica De Nova, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
And Jessica, as you were approaching that area, did you see vehicles seemingly leaving the area? Does it appear that many people are heeding the advice of authorities and leaving?
You know what? At the bottom of the hill, there were a lot of people hanging out. Even us, it didn't look too bad. You just see a lot of smoke at the bottom of the hill because this is a canyon, right? So you see a lot of smoke. You're not seeing the flames. You don't feel the heat. But the moment you get to the top here is when you start seeing people actively trying to work their way out. A lot of them parked along the side of the street here, kind of ready to take off if they have to. But you just heard the deputies with the Orange County Sheriff's Department telling people, get in your cars and get out of here, right? The problem here, guys, like right now the wind's just blowing. It's changing directions completely. I guess right now for us it's good because it's going back to where it burned, but this creates a dangerous situation for crews that are in the middle of it, right? They're standing on one end fighting, planning their attack, and when the winds change direction like this so erratically, that can create a really dangerous situation for them. But yeah, people up here in the middle of it do seem to be working their way out, kind of hanging out at the bottom of the hill.
You're hearing that evacuation
the deputies
order.
there telling these vehicles, yes. You know, telling people here waiting along the edge, get out, right? They're just kind of hanging out, seeing if this is going to change. It does not look like, unfortunately, there's any control at this point. And it's hot, it's uncomfortable, and they're just telling people to get out.
Yeah, they're going to assert control as best they can to get people off those roads that don't need to be on them, because people do need to use those roads to evacuate, and the fire departments need the roads to get equipment and personnel in to fight the fire. Has it been fairly orderly? Have you seen any sort of panic? Have you seen it, or has it been kind of an orderly evacuation? Jessica?
So far, it appears like an orderly evacuation down into the city where we were, where we met up, you know, at a shopping center. We did see a rush of firefighters making their way up here toward the hill, everyone moving aside. You know, with this, it's the end of the day, so we even had trouble getting here because there was so much traffic. Because people were coming home for the day, right? It's the end of the day, so that sort of, I think, created a little bit of a challenge for us, and I imagine for fire crews, because there was a lot more traffic that they had to work through to get up here. But people were orderly. They did, you know, move over to the side to let fire crews go out. And right now, you can see if Daryl turns around here to this side, now this sidewalk here is completely cleared almost. It was full with, you know, more than a dozen cars when we pulled up, and they're listening to the deputies. They got out, which is, like you said, necessary for fire crews to make their way here, and for them to not have to worry about helping people, right, that might be in peril. They can focus their efforts on stopping the forward progress of the flames. There are the winds again. I don't know if you can see them, but they're changing direction. If Daryl, you know, shows the flames just how fast things change direction here. And you've got, you know, the deputies too. They have their masks, but this is hard for them to breathe into, you know, as they try to get people to evacuate. So, you know, anyone watching that is still in the area, you know, help first responders, help law enforcement, help fire crews by listening and getting out. They're saying mandatory evacuation, get out. And guys, we're going to start making our way out of here because this is blowing right toward us right now. So we are going to head out and get to a safer location.
Yeah, that's a good move. Jessica De Nova, thank you for that live report. Thank you.
All right, back to Chris Christie. He's overhead at Air 7 HD. Any idea of how things are progressing on the ground? It seems like the smoke is a little thinner. Does that mean it's just moved on, or does that mean that firefighters are making some progress here, Chris?
Well, the smoke that's being produced is coming from the brush, and most of that has now burned. So that's going to give us a little bit of reprieve visibility-wise into this fire. Right along Coronado Point, we've counted a dozen houses alone, or 13 houses alone, just on that one street. And being the first line of homes on Coronado Point, right on the hiking trail, these are the homes with the best view. So suffice it to say, many of these homes, most of these homes, are very large homes. And then there are bona fide mansions that are within this neighborhood. We're talking 10 to 15 plus bedroom homes that are going up in flames as well. So massive property loss along Coronado Point, at least a dozen to 13 homes right there, and then additional homes across the street and several blocks in. So we're probably closing in on close to probably 20 or so homes that have been touched by this fire, many of them a complete loss, as we get a little bit of a better view and that smoke begins to thin out just a little bit, as you mentioned. And unfortunately, we're just not seeing any water drops in this neighborhood. We are seeing lots of firefighters hard at work on the ground, trying to shoot water into those attics that Jessica De Nova was talking about. But there's a lot more fire than there are firefighters, unfortunately.
All right.
As we see all of these people leaving, I wonder if there's a shelter or an evacuation center open yet. Maybe our desk can work on finding that out, because I would assume that these people are leaving, you know, at a moment's notice, and they have nowhere to go, and you know, perhaps need a place to sort of regroup. So hopefully we can get that for our viewers here. And then I want to go back to Dallas Rains. Dallas, if you can join us once again about these winds. Jessica De Nova was saying how wild they seem to be, erratic, I guess is a better word.
Well, the main wind is from the west-northwest, so we know that. But in a fire, fires generate a lot of heat. Right. And when the hot air rises, cool air blows in to replace that, and that causes the wind to seem to be swirling around, and that's very typical, especially with these canyon-type winds, when you have winds coming in. But the main winds coming, as a matter of fact, when the fire was started, we saw those homes. They were right downwind, and we knew that they would be the most vulnerable homes. And, and tragically, that's what's happened. So the wind's coming in from the west-northwest, and of course they can swirl. Firefighters are down there, but there's been no shift in the winds. Got it. Winds are the same.
All right, and we saw, it was marching right towards those homes. Chris Christie kind of sounded the alarm, like, hey, it's moving in this direction. They better stop it, and it moved so fast that they couldn't.
That's right, and there was vegetation between the ocean and the homes. That's huge, because there are hiking trails you can see there. There's plenty of vegetation between the ocean and those homes. And with the winds blowing from the west-northwest, there was plenty of vegetation for the fire to feed on as it made its way to the east.
Until it started feeding on homes.
Exactly.
Right there. So this is a really sad situation we're watching unfold here. Some homes have been lost. The good news so far that we know is that no people have been injured. We are going to keep our reporter Jessica De Nova on scene there. She has had to move because she was advised by sheriff's deputies to leave the area she was in, and so she's going to reposition herself and be able to report for us from the ground there pretty soon. But as this smoke starts to thin out a bit, you can see the debris and the casualties left behind, and by casualties I mean the homes that have been destroyed, that are still burning, still going up in flames right now. You see the effort by firefighters with the ladder truck there, shooting water cannon basically at the home to try to keep it from spreading to the other homes that have not yet gone up in flames. They're at this point trying to prevent further destruction, but they could not prevent this level of destruction. Look at the homes that have gone up, Giovanna.
So hard to see this. Okay, we did get confirmation that an evacuation center has been opened. It is the Crown Valley Community Center. The address is 29751 Crown Valley Parkway. This is in Laguna Niguel. So if you're trying to reach a family member, you're worried about them, you may want to stop there. Hopefully you can be reunited with those that you're concerned about there. But again, Crown Valley Community Center, 29751 Crown Valley Parkway.
Look at the maneuverability of this aircraft. This is an E-2, and in its earlier kind of life, this would have been a military aircraft. This was used by the Navy as an anti-submarine warfare sort of aircraft. They're very maneuverable. They're used to flying low, slow, and they're perfectly suited for this sort of activity as it's dropping fire retardant. And look, as Air 7 HD, Chris Christie's pointing out, they've stopped the progress kind of on the flanks of the fire, the northern and southern flank, but the eastern part of it, it appears to be, is the problem. Or maybe I've got my directions wrong. Chris, you can correct me.
I'm sorry, Mark. I was talking to Jay. Say that one more time. I apologize.
Yeah, you showed us something on the screen there that was pretty interesting, how they've been dropping fire retardant, Phos-Chek, on flanks of the fire. We're seeing that here. So, and that's done a really effective job in terms of keeping it out of further vegetation.
Right, trying to keep it out of further vegetation, also trying to keep it from from creeping up on those surrounding neighborhoods. They're able to draw those lines in the path of the smoke because they can't get on the, with the fire retardant, you can't start dropping a retardant in the smoke, right? So you've got to go along the edges, the north edge and the south edge. That's what you can see right there. And what's interesting as well, in terms of the initial response to this fire, I think a lot of the units were initially responding to the opposite side of the fire, down where the water treatment plant was, down to the other neighborhood to the south of where the fire started based on the winds. I think it caught everybody by surprise when the wind shifted up this hillside and started going south. It was an onshore flow at first, and then it shifted and started going south. And I think they had to really reposition hundreds of units up to the top of that hill and into this neighborhood. They've done a great job. They're doing the best they can, but it took a lot of a lot of extra time. So we've got helicopters dropping the water, as you mentioned. They are blanketing the north and south side of what is already burned with fire retardant to prevent it from growing. And I hear that there may be an air crane moving into the scene as well. Those are monsters capable, I think, of 2,000 gallons of water once they, or 4,000. I'm sorry, 2,500 gallons of water that Sky Crane is capable of right there. So they're bringing the big boys in to fight this fire, but not a minute too soon, obviously.
No, that is a good sight to see. They need all the help they can get, especially if, Dallas's prediction that these winds will be sticking around for several hours, especially if that's the case, they're going to need as much manpower as possible.
And updating the size of the fire now, 183 acres. At 4 p.m., it was about 3 acres. At 5 p.m., the beginning of this newscast, it was about 30 acres. Now 180 acres plus in size. And again, it's not the size, but the location and the wind that is drawing it, that is moving it along. And it is devastating at this point in terms of the loss of homes and property that has been lost. Hopefully no people injured still. We're not hearing of any, and that is the best face we can put on it right now. People have been evacuating, a very orderly evacuation, as our Jessica DeNova indicated to us before she herself had to move out, and more aircraft being brought to bear. There's that E-2 dropping that fire retardant on the flanks of the fire. Very effective in slowing the progress through the vegetation and to keep it from perhaps turning a corner and heading toward other homes that are still unaffected, but the damage has been done.
It has been done, and we have certainly seen fires that have charged through much more acreage, but this fire, 180 acres, is substantial, but to have lost 12 to 13 homes so quickly is really very unfortunate.
It's troubling. And so this fire began right near the coastal treatment plant, I believe it's South Orange County Water Authority coastal treatment plant, which is kind of adjacent to this neighborhood, downhill from there. Apparently along an access road or near an access road that leads to this plant. That's where where they believe the fire started. And that, in fact, you're looking at it right there. That's that kind of charred area. Right around there is where, somewhere down there in that point is where the fire began. We don't know what caused it. We do not know how it broke out. No lightning in the area, no natural causes for a fire that would be generated by nature. So the question is, were there power lines? Was there some other activity that may have caused this fire to start? We do not yet know. That investigation will begin. It may be starting now, but it will certainly be a part of this effort as the fight continues to try to save more homes from being destroyed.
And we've had this conversation with Dallas many times about fires, why so many fires start in Southern California. And Dallas has a theory that most of the time it's man-made.
Well, it's definitely man-caused, whether it's accidental or on purpose, something like 97%, right, Dallas, of fires in California in particular are caused by human activity.
Right, and that's just statistical fact.
Yeah.
So here in Southern California, we don't have a lot of lightning. But if you're in areas like Utah, northern Arizona, lightning can create fires. We've had some fires started in northern California from lightning, but here in Southern California, as you can see, it's clear.
Yeah, and sometimes it has been, as we know, some of the worst fires in California started by power lines arcing in the wind.
Yes.
So we don't know yet what caused this, but we have an indication of where it started at the very least, and then it just raced uphill. And as what we're seeing, or what we're kind of reporting here, is that firefighters seem to be kind of in one area where the winds were blowing and where they thought it was heading, and then it headed in a different direction on them, and just changed the whole story, the whole way this thing is being dealt with, and it kind of caught him.
Yes, and I was thinking, since Chris was there so early, that maybe a good shot into where the fire was started, if we could see if there were any power lines in that area. Other than that, it looks like hiking trails, looks like great access to an area to start a fire, which is always a concern. Because there are a couple of, see, there's a great shot there. Look at that.
Yeah, there are power lines going through there, as Chris mentioned, that some of them have been affected by the fire. So there have been some power, either poles or lines that have been damaged, and that's affecting power delivery to some of the coastal areas there in Laguna Beach, or has the potential to do that at least. But there you see a good shot of that Sikorsky sky crane that has been brought to bear here, and it's, as Chris has said, that's going to really aid in dropping water where it's needed and getting fire retardant where it's needed to both stop the progress of the fire and put it out. That's the effort here, not just to stop the progress, but to snuff it out as quickly as they can to prevent further damage to homes. Joining me now, this is Eyewitness News at 6. Joining me now, Ellen Leyva. I'm in for David Ono as Eyewitness News at 6 gets underway.
You know what's incredible, Mark, is at 4 o'clock it was at, what, 30 acres? And just to see it grow in just the last hour, watching your coverage, and just the amount of homes and damage that it's caused in just an hour without the Santa Ana winds blowing, with this onshore flow that's cool and you know, cool air, 60 degrees, and a bit of a humid wind. But unfortunately, that wind just carried that fire just right up to those homes on that crest.
Right. Well, Chris Christie, in the early stages of this fire, he tipped us off to what kind of the danger was, because Chris, you saw it as, you know, during the 4 o'clock hour as you were above it, how this cluster of homes, even on that particular street, were in the direct line of that fire, in the path of it, and you pointed it out to us. They had not yet burned, the fire had not yet gotten there, but you said, keep an eye on this area, and sure enough, that is exactly where it went, Chris.
Yeah, you're right, Mark. You know, we were up in the East LA interchange watching that fire from earlier in the day. They were clearing that up, and right around 3 o'clock is when we got the call to come down here. Sure enough, we made it down here very, very early on in the firefight. We saw the smoke as we came over the county line into Orange County, and it was about 30 acres, maybe even a little bit less. That was at about 3:15, maybe 3:20. That's exactly about 3 hours ago, and in 3 hours, it's gone from 15 to 20 acres to 183 acres. And when we did that first live report over the fire, it was, again, maybe 10, 15 acres on the north side of that water treatment facility. After that report, I looked back down within maybe 2 to 5 minutes after that, the fire had jumped the street and made it all the way to within a couple hundred feet of this neighborhood right here. That's how quickly it happened. Within 5 minutes, the winds changed, and what we saw as an ominous situation developing just exploded into what we're looking at now. It's taken about 3 hours to get to this point. You see an entire block of houses now up in flames along the leading edge, right along the Aliso hiking trail, Aliso Summit hiking trail, and now we see houses further in from there, several blocks from that hiking trail that are now going up as well. So it has been a terrifying thing to watch, but the speed is what I cannot get over, and I think it caught a lot of people a little bit off guard. It just happened so quick. There really was very little time to respond adequately to even attempt to evacuate these neighborhoods.
It's a good reminder for all of us, how quickly these things can go. And you think you're going to be, well, it's safe, the fire's down the hill, but it can go so quickly. And a lot of these homes, they're not talking about old wood shake roofs. We're talking about tile and fire retardant materials used in these homes, but those embers can get right under those eaves and really just light that attic on fire. And before you know it, you have what we're looking at now.
Yeah, look at the picture on the right of our screen. That is from the ground, obviously. That is looking at firefighters trying to stop the further advance of the fire within this home. And you see the flames just racing through the interior of the house. They are fighting it at this point from the outside. We don't know if they're going to try to make an entry and fight it from the inside. Normally, when they get to a situation like this, they would go in, they'd look for people, they would fight it from the inside. But they're at this point, when you've got at least a dozen houses, more than that, clearly, that are on fire, the tactics may in fact change because they are overmatched. There's more fire than there are firefighters to fight it. This is Jessica DeNova's position, I believe. So we're going to try to get, as soon as we can get connected with her, we'll find out more about what we're looking at, what street she's on, and where this is.
And look at that. That hose was no match for those flames. It just ignited so quickly right there.
And you see the firefighters now that are deployed there that are doing their best to try to keep these flames from burning other homes. But look, it looks like other people haven't evacuated yet.
Yeah, you see those kids on bikes there, it looked like.
So they're not out of harm's way. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Well, that wasn't on air. Let's
Okay,
let's
we
go back
apologize. We have looking at another monitor here. Okay.
Looking at the wrong monitor. All right, so we'll try to get that shot back up to show you the shot from the ground. But if Chris, if you can just pan across the homes that have been lost on that one street. That street is what? Oh, let me see if I can find it. Coronado Point. Is that correct?
Villa Las Rosas. Yeah.
Right,
Coronado Point and Villa Las Rosas.
Right, Coronado Point, those were the first homes to be impacted. We saw the fire racing up the hillside into those backyards where, as you mentioned, Mark, there was plenty of brush clearance between those properties and the thick brush that encompasses the Aliso Woods Canyon area. But it was just no match for the winds. The winds jumped, the embers jumped the hiking trail into those homes. And what you're noticing now is a difference in the color of the smoke. The brush fire, the signature color of brush fire is white smoke. And then the minute you hit Coronado Point, you're seeing lots of black smoke. That is property, that is belongings, that's furniture, that's electrical equipment. That is the construction material that makes up those homes that changes the color of the smoke. And you can see that's kind of what we're doing now. We're kind of at the mercy of almost reading the smoke. Since we can't look through the smoke, it's very thick, it's very smoky up here, but you can see, you can kind of get an idea of what's burning where just based on the color of the smoke as you follow the direction of the wind. So it's a little bit of a guessing game as to what's going on underneath all of this smoke, aside from these leading edges, which we catch a glimpse of here since most of the brush has now charred up. We don't see any more white smoke here. We just see that residential block. Literally every single home has been touched or heavily impacted by this fire. That's Coronado Point. There are 2 additional streets beyond that before you get to Pacific Island Drive, and I think that's about as far south as we've seen structures on fire. At this point, I don't think the fire has jumped Pacific Island Drive, but that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. If we see any indication of black smoke coming from the south side of Pacific Island Drive, that's going to tell us that this fire has jumped the neighborhood, jumped Pacific Island Drive, and there are additional structures on fire. If we see that black smoke come from the south of Pacific Island Drive, that's what I'm looking for. Otherwise, they may have an opportunity to keep this fire at bay, or at least until the wind changes directions, guys.
Right. Well, we're going to stay on your picture, and we do have a shot from Jessica Denova, and we have her on the ground there covering this fire for us. Jessica, what can you tell us? You had to move, apparently.
No, guys, we went further into Coronado Point, where we are seeing firefighters actively lose this home. You can see they're inside. The flames inside the home. We hear there are about a dozen homes that have been destroyed here. Guys, these embers are hot. They're flying. They're coming at me. I just felt one in my ankle. I'm going to have to get out of here with my photographer pretty quick. But I'm told on the other side of this hill, there is a lot of brush, and we know the flames like to work their way uphill. So right now, all they're hitting are these homes. That's the only thing stopping these flames, and of course, firefighters and the aerial attacks. With me here, I have the president of the Home Association, with me. Your name one last time again, please?
My name is Ramin Yazdi.
Thank you so much. So I am so sorry to hear. It sounds like you just got word from your son that he saw your home on fire on TV.
Yeah, I did. He just called me and said, Dad, I think our house is on fire.
Okay, and that's just down the way here?
Yeah, I'm about 4 or 5 houses down. I can't go down any further, but it looks like it gets worse when you go down there, and I'm sure it's probably burned by now.
Yeah, I am so sorry that you're going through this. Tell me about who lives here, who is still in their home right now, or are people for the most part evacuated?
I certainly hope that everybody's out of the homes. I don't know of anybody being in the homes. I got calls from all of my neighbors. We have a wonderful community here. I've lived here for 16 years, and we have a tight-knit community, wonderful people, and we watch out for each other. And I'm sure that, I hope that everybody's been out of the house. I'm sure they have all been evacuated.
Talk to me about what's on the other side of this ridge here.
Yeah, the other side of the ridge is a beautiful...
is it brush?
It's all brush. It's all the way down to the ocean. Everybody on this side of the street, which is more close to the fire area, is enjoying wonderful vistas, beautiful views of the ocean, all the way down to Laguna Beach.
To PCH down there.
Yeah, to PCH,
Okay, and what is your reason for still being here?
For living in this neighborhood?
No, for being here with the fire, though they're asking everyone to evacuate.
Well, I just, since I felt a little responsibility since I'm the president of HOA, I wanted to come down here and make sure everybody's out of the place, make sure that nobody's been left behind, and I didn't see any ambulances, so I'm very pleased that it looks like the damage here is going to be limited to just property, which is something we can recover from. But, you know, losing people's lives, that's a whole different deal.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I did see, are there a lot of pets here? I did see animal services trucks making their way in. Do people have a lot of pets? Yes,
we do. And I hope that the pets got out of there, because I know a lot of our community consider their pets as part of their family, so I hope they made it out as well.
Okay, and we see the roof of this. Well, let's step over this way.
Sure.
It is just uncomfortably hot with these embers falling right on us. I don't know how you're doing it right now. I have my gear and I can feel it. But yes, we are seeing that burn, that roof go down. Okay, I'm going to let you go. Go ahead and take that call. All right, guys, so the last count that I heard was 30 acres. Mandatory evacuations here, about a dozen homes burnt. You can see those flames inside the home, inside what would have been people's living rooms, bedrooms. You know, people there just this morning, no idea that this is what would have happened to the place they call home, to their beautiful ocean views. You know, I'm not seeing a lot of people anymore. Just, it's so amazing how fast things can change. When we pulled in, there were kids riding their bikes here, and it just moved so fast. The wind is moving uphill so fast that in a matter of almost seconds, these embers are coming over. There are now flames inside the home, on the roof of this house, and definitely, I'm sure downhill where we have not been able to make our way, and we will not because it is not safe. Downhill, definitely going to be complete losses there. Reporting live in Laguna Niguel, Jessica Denova, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
And really quickly, Jessica, having spoken with the president of the Homeowners Association there, can you just tell us what street you're on and kind of what block of that street?
What is the block of this street? We're still live. what's the block of this street? It's Coronado. What's the name of the street here that we're on?
This street is actually called Coronado Point.
This is Coronado Point.
Community itself is called Coronado Point.
Got it. An address here that we can get for people to know, people that are watching, seeing if their homes are okay?
Yeah, I believe we're standing in front of 38.
So 38 Coronado Point, guys. I'm not sure if you heard that, but, you know, I know people are watching from wherever they may be staying. Evacuees are watching. And unfortunately, a lot of people discovering this way that their homes are now gone. So this house here that we're looking at appears to be 35 Coronado Point. So unfortunately, you know, it's just not a safe situation for people to be here. The president of the HOA felt a responsibility, you know, to look after his neighborhood, keep people informed. Neighbors are calling him. He's sort of a point person between firefighters and people who live here, but he is keeping his distance as crews here work rapidly, as fast as they can. I'm also hearing that there was an off-duty firefighter. I'm trying to meet up with him in one of these homes who has stayed behind trying to save his own home and his neighbors' houses. So I'm trying to see where that off-duty firefighter might be. I'm also going to try to touch base here momentarily with the chief of the Orange County Fire Authority, Brian Fennessy, who is here. I'm just seeing him right now. But I don't know if you guys are getting an update on the acreage here. Last I heard, 30 acres. We've got aerial attack. These embers are extremely hot and painful, guys. Even with my fire gear here, one got to me. And you know, they always tell you, that, you know, guys, my husband's a firefighter, and his words are really ringing in my head right now. Put on tall socks. And I did not, and one of those embers hit me, and oh boy, let me tell you, that hurt. So I'm gonna run over to the truck and put on those tall crew socks right now that I pack with my fire gear. But goggles are a must. This mask is a must because this wind is painful. It's painful to breathe in. The mask really does help. The goggles definitely help. I can't imagine if one of those embers were to hit in the eye or anywhere on the face. But anyway, we'll be here. I'm going to catch up here, get the latest from firefighters, and bring that to you later on in shows. Live in Laguna Niguel, Jessica Denova, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Jessica, wise to take your husband's advice. Yeah. And secondly, if you get access to the OC Fire Authority chief, please, when you get him, let us know. We'll take you live as soon as we can as we watch this situation unfold here. It's really you know, scene of devastation. I wonder what the rest of the fire season is going to look like. We're not in fire season. Oh boy,
yeah, we don't really want to think about that. When those Santa Ana winds hit, that's a whole different story as well. We have Sergeant Scott Steinle from the OC Sheriff's Department with us, I believe. Sergeant Steinle, can you hear us?
Yeah, this is Sergeant Steinle, Public Information Officer for the Orange County Sheriff's Department.
Great, thanks for joining us. What can you tell us about the latest information on evacuations?
So right now we have evacuations currently in place. We are evacuating what we call our Zone 8. We really appreciate the cooperation we've had thus far. It's been outstanding with the residents in this community. We're looking to completely evacuate the streets of San Simeon, Sierra Vista, Alta Tierra, Serrana, Terracina, Islands Avenue, Capri Court, Sunrise Lane, Chapala Court, and currently we have approximately 40 deputies in the area assisting with people in their evacuations and getting out the messaging for people. We have a response location set up for those that need to have a additional area to respond to, and that would be the Crown Valley Community Center. That's located at 29751 Crown Valley Parkway in the city of Laguna Niguel.
All right, Sergeant Steinle, we appreciate you. Thank you very much. We're going to come back to you and get that list of streets again. But right now, we're going to check back with Jessica Denova. She has somebody with her that we want to hear from really quickly. Jessica, go ahead.
Guys, yeah, I was able to catch up with Chief Brian Fennessy with the Orange County Fire Authority. Thank you so much, Chief.
Sure.
You know, what are we hearing as far as acreage right now?
You know, we have the Firis aircraft up right now doing the mapping and the spread modeling, and we're hearing that's about 200 acres right now, continuing to grow. but it is laying down, the fire is looking a little bit better.
It is looking a little bit better. Any idea on containment yet?
You know, no estimate on containment yet. We should have a better idea probably within the next hour or two. Typically, this part of the county up here on this ridge, we get very strong winds, mostly in the afternoon, and around dark they tend to subside. So the wind is really the critical factor here in the spread of fire.
Got it. And I know we were talking, you've been here since the start of this fire. Earlier, you got to count half a dozen homes, right?
Yeah, I've been up here for about an hour and a half with the crews, and I can safely say that at least a half a dozen homes were on fire and most likely lost. I'm confident that that number is probably higher. I'm going to go ahead after we're done with this interview and walk the street and take a count myself.
Thank you so much, Chief. How secure does it look here? We're standing, I mean, these houses are butted right up against one another. How secure is it looking that these flames aren't going to jump with these winds and these embers? I mean, the trees across the street are catching fire.
Right. It's truly this is a wind-driven fire. The humidities are somewhat low, not critically low. But that really is the strategy now, is to stop the lateral spread of ignitions from structure to structure. And as you can see right here in front of you, we're having success. They're going to keep the fire from spreading laterally, down both sides of the street. But we have had spot fires and embers blow quite a distance downhill and into other homes below here. So we've got a good fight going. We're hoping that things will start to look even better within the next couple hours. And if not, we'll plan on a full night operation.
Okay, and let's talk about aerial attack. We're seeing the helicopters. What support are you all getting from above?
We're getting outstanding support. Our partners, CAL FIRE, have just been outstanding. We've got air tankers from CAL FIRE. We've got our own helicopters. We've got other agency helicopters here. So we're getting what we need right now. As I understand it, this is the only fire in Southern California. So I like to say we're resource rich right now in terms of what's available. We're not competing with other fires for resources. So we're making lots of requests and expect a lot more help to show up in the next few hours.
What's the difference here between what they're spraying? Earlier it was water. This seems to be foam. How does that help?
This is foam. The water is much more efficient and effective when you turn it into foam. And again, the whole idea here is to keep this fire from spreading to this home here. This home is a total loss. Everything next to it's going to be a total loss. So the whole idea is stop the fire spread structure to structure on this side and on the other side where it's burning.
Any idea on how fire-wise these homes are? I'm hearing that the embers are going into the attics of homes and that's how they're igniting. Any idea about structurally how these homes were built, what year, and how fire-wise they are?
I don't have that information. Some of these houses have box eaves, which are what we encourage. I don't know how many do not. I don't know how many have screens in their eaves, but truly, and again, having been here for the last hour or so, many of these fires did start in those attics. So embers are getting up underneath the eaves and into the attics. And once those attics are fully involved, there's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do to save those homes.
Any reports of injuries or any idea of what caused this fire?
I have no knowledge of any injuries. That's not to say there aren't any, but I'm unaware of any at this time.
All right, thank you so much. Anything else you want to add that we didn't cover here today?
No, we, again, so much of the community here has done what we've asked them for in terms of defensible space, preparing for fire. I got here during the evacuations, and it was a very orderly evacuation. I want to thank the Sheriff's Department for being here quickly. I got to personally watch, how they treated, obviously very upset community members, and they did it with care, they did it with dignity, and they evacuated all the people out of here. So they certainly heeded the evacuate when we tell you to message.
Jessica?
Making
Jessica?
their way out. Thank you so much,
Jessica?
Chief Hennessy. Really appreciate it. Quick question from our anchors, yes?
Yeah, thank you, Jessica. I wanted to see if you could ask the chief, did the wind shift on them? Was there some factor that led to the loss of these homes that where the wind may have shifted or changed on them?
I'm so sorry, guys. You are breaking out pretty bad. I cannot hear that question. Can you try one more time, see if I can get it?
Yeah, I'm going to try one more time. Did the wind change direction at any point
bad, guys.
in the initial...
I'm so sorry. If you can have one of the producers maybe later on text me or call me, and I can ask him and give you that answer later on in the show, because the service is really bad here. I can hardly hear you.
All right. Well, we appreciate your efforts, Jessica.
Can't hear you guys. Thank you so much, Chief Hennessy. Really appreciate it.
All right. That's Jessica the Nova. All right, we're going to go up to Chris Christie again on Air 7 HD. Apparently, this fire is hitting Pacific Island Drive. Where is that, Chris?
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. You heard the sergeant talk about the fire spreading laterally, which is what they're trying to prevent. And we were talking in our last hit about the fire potentially jumping Pacific Island Drive, which would be on the other side of this neighborhood. And that's exactly what's happened. The fire has now jumped Pacific Island Drive. It's reached the intersection of Clubhouse Drive and Pacific Island Drive, and it's now on the other side of Pacific Island Drive as well, along Clubhouse Drive. Granted, these are small spot fires that are popping up on the south side of Pacific Island Drive, but we're talking about almost a quarter mile away from where those initial homes along Coronado Point first started going up. So the fire essentially has traveled, those embers have traveled a quarter mile into this neighborhood, now threatening an entirely new neighborhood along Clubhouse Drive. If you live anywhere between Clubhouse Drive and Pacific Island Drive, it's time to go. The next major barrier is going to be the El Niguel Country Club Golf Course. That is going to be the next area that we start talking about here if some of these homes or brush along Pacific Island Drive start to go up in flames as well, which may already be happening. But as I talked about earlier, we're kind of reading the smoke. The smoke right along Pacific Island Drive is very dark. That tells us that there's homes burning within this cloud that we're looking at right here. On the other side, it's a little lighter, but if we see the color change, that'll tell us that there are more structures catching on fire on the other side of Pacific Island Drive. But essentially, the bad news is that this fire has now jumped Pacific Island Drive and now proceeding along Clubhouse Drive with spot fires traveling up and down this neighborhood, guys.
Looks like the wind is still blowing. We're going to check in with Dallas Rains. We know that the winds tend to die down, correct, Dallas? You tell us around nighttime.
That's right.
Do you see that happening?
This is a more dynamic process than that, Mark. Generally, that's kind of a diurnal situation down there when we have the sea breeze late afternoon. We have a very strong area of low pressure that is blowing through Nevada, and that's generating these powerful winds, not only in this area where the fire is, but all across Southern California. Very strong winds are blowing through the area. And the winds will be backing down, though, later tonight as that low pressure makes its way on off to the east. They've generally been coming out of the west, northwest. Very strong gusty winds through the area. You can see humidities have been running 40–50%, so not like a Santa Ana wind where the humidities can be 4 and 5%. Temperatures are quite cool, too, running between about 55 and 60 degrees. And of course, Mark, as we know, and Ellen, these fires generate their own little micro weather climates. But the fire departments have their own meteorologists, which do a great job, and they're working with the firefighters every minute in those areas. I didn't know if you knew that or not, but that is the truth.
That is helpful to them, of course, when they're at the mercy of the elements. I wanted to ask you, I don't know if this is expected here, but will there be an onshore flow of clouds, a marine layer coming in this evening?
No, the air is too dry right now. Mark. So we don't have that good marine layer coming in across the area tonight.
At least.
So unfortunately, that is not the case. But we don't have that super dry air that's being advected out of the deserts and, of course, being compressed. So this is not a Santa Ana wind event. If it were, you'd see the winds blowing from the northeast out to sea. That is not the case tonight. But I do anticipate the winds backing down. They've been 15, 20 to 35 miles per hour. And I think by 10 o'clock or so, we'll see those winds back down between about 10 and 15 miles per hour, which will be tremendous help for the firefighters.
Where's that marine layer when we need it?
Well, yeah,
Exactly.
I wonder whether the marine layer might cut two ways, because it might affect the firefighting aircraft, whether they can get in.
That can happen also, too, because when it's a very low deck, low stratus deck, it's hard for the helicopters to maneuver in those areas.
So many factors.
We've seen that a couple of times, too.
Well, speaking of helicopters, let's go back up to Air 7 and Chris Christie.
Yeah, Ellen, as some of this smoke clears along Coronado Point, we're getting a true illustration of the devastation. Some of these homes burning down to the studs, all the way down to the foundation. These are complete losses. This is the initial group of homes that we first started watching upwards of 90 minutes ago to 2 hours ago, first catching on fire. And you can see some of these homes, there is just nothing left. They were not salvageable. Others, they still have water on them trying to, but look at this one. This one got lucky. Look at this guy right here, got lucky. In between a whole group of homes that went up, he managed somehow to stay standing there. But there are firefighters up and down Coronado Point trying to get these fires out. It is too late for many of them, and now our attention starts to move inland, further in from Coronado Point into these additional streets that we've been watching here, where you can see lots of thick black smoke. Another dozen or so homes going up in flames off of Coronado Point. Guys, back to you.
When you see these homes go up in flames like that, it's things, yes, they're replaceable, and thank goodness people have not been injured that we know of. But, it's all those photos and mementos, and you hope these people had enough chance to at least grab the things that mean a lot to you, like your kids' pictures and things like that, that are sentimental value things, because that's the tough part.
Yeah, what would really be hard to deal with is if you're away at work.
Oh, goodness.
And you can't get into the area and you're watching your home in danger here. That would be very, very difficult. Yeah. Jessica DeNova now, we presume she's got the protective gear that her husband, her firefighter husband, suggested she get, and is now able to rejoin us. Jessica, what are we looking at here?
Hey there, take a look at this home here. Is home on Coronado Point. The chief just said earlier, total loss. Flames all throughout. We are seeing parts of the roof just come caving down. The eave just came crashing down earlier when we were live. And with me here, I have a resident who lives down the street. She has no idea if her home is still standing. Your name one more time?
Lynn Morey.
Lynn Morey, thank you so much for joining me. I'm so sorry that you and your community, your family, are having to go through this. Were you home when this fire first started?
Well, fortunately, I was not. But unfortunately, all my belongings are in the house.
Okay, everyone was able to get out safely?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So what do you know so far? I mean, how far down this street is your home?
It's about 4 houses down from this house across the street. Okay. And I understand that every other house on the houses that face the ocean, or every other house is on fire. And then there are a few across the street that have also gone on fire. So I don't know if my house is on fire or not.
So your house then does not face the ocean. It's on the opposite side.
On the opposite
so
side.
Hopefully there's hope.
There are some houses on fire as well.
Yes, yes. And then the smoke now turning black. Talk to people so they get an idea here of how fast this is moving, right? I've been telling them the wind just picks up. Across the street here, Daryl's looking. You see how fast this goes, guys. The embers, I don't know if you have this image, but the embers fly across, the palm trees across the way are starting to ignite here, right? So as fire crews focus across the way, trying to stop the forward progress of the flames, you know, here on the other side, these embers, they are extremely hot. Just hit something and ignite, but luckily the defensible space here is very well maintained. Talk to me about that. How big is the community here about maintaining that defensible space around their homes?
They're always constantly maintaining and making sure that the fire around the community is always maintained, so I feel safe about that.
All right, thank you so much. I really hope you get some good news.
Thank you.
You know, hopefully they get a hold of this. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Stay safe. All right, guys, so right now, Chief Brian Fennessy with the Orange County Fire Authority is down this street. He is getting a count of how many homes have been lost to the coastal fire here. And last I heard, 200 acres, and we're waiting for more details at 7:30. Live in Laguna Niguel, Jessica De Nova, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Jessica, stay safe out there. We're going to check in with Chris Christie. He's up in Air 7 HD. He's been covering this fire since the start of it, not that long ago, a couple hours ago.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Ellen. A lot of nervous folks in the neighborhood adjacent to Coronado Point. Let's go ahead and pull back a little bit, Robin. We'll show you those fire lines that they drew earlier are still holding to the north and to the south. That fire's forward progress north and south has stopped. The real threat is going straight in from the ocean, straight into that neighborhood, past Coronado Point, several blocks inland, where the fire has now jumped Pacific Island Drive. That is the headline of the hour as it closes in on Clubhouse Drive here in Laguna Niguel. Reporting live from Air 7 HD, I'm Chris Christie, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Chris, thank you very much. Well, as we approach 6:30 p.m., our live coverage of this breaking news continues on our ABC7 streaming channel. You can watch live on our website, on your phone, on your connected TV, anywhere you stream ABC7 Los Angeles.
We will also be back on KDOC 56 at 7 p.m. We're going to bring you the 7:30 news conference that is scheduled. And here on TV, we're going to turn things over to David Muir for World News Tonight. That's in a few. We'll keep an eye on it. We invite you to stay with us as we continue here. We're going to turn things over to David Muir for World News Tonight. And we are streaming now on ABC7.com and also everywhere you can stream ABC7 Eyewitness News. We hope you are continuing to follow our coverage of the fire that is burning in Laguna Niguel.
And you can watch World News Tonight with David Muir on the Localish Network on 7.2. You can also see it on these channels. I'm not going to give you the channels, but you can just watch it here on ABC7, anywhere you stream ABC7 Los Angeles. And yes, we've been covering this. Oh, well, I guess we're going to go to Jessica De Nova. She's been covering this fire on the ground. She's in those neighborhoods that are burning right now. Jessica?
Where is your house?
We live right up there.
Okay, I'll call you over.
Go ahead, Jessica. Call them over now.
This hose.
Okay, we will.
Jessica De Nova is live on
Hey guys,
Coronado Point. Go ahead.
We are up here on Coronado, and I'm so sorry. I just lost IFB, so my photographer Daryl here will guide me. If you guys can hear me, I just lost IFB, so I'm going to let you guys know what's going on. If you need to cut away, feel free to do so. But what we have here behind us is a home on Coronado Point. We have been watching firefighters desperately at this point. First, they were trying to keep the flames away, trying to fight this fire, keep it, you know, from catching. But at this point, it's a total loss. They're now trying to keep the flames from spreading to the other homes here on this street. Earlier, I spoke with the chief of the Orange County Fire Authority, Brian Fennessy, and he tells me that he knows of at least half a dozen homes that have been lost to the fire. Guys, a lot of homes burning out here, a lot of bad stuff, because you can smell it when this wind picks up and comes in our direction. That is definitely some air that is not good to breathe. So we are going to walk away from that here in a few minutes. But earlier, Chief Brian Fennessy said he was going to make his way down there and get a better idea of how many homes. Like I said earlier, he predicted half a dozen. I think Chris Christie has been telling us he's seeing at least a dozen homes lost. And right now, they're doing a pretty good job of keeping the flames from crossing the street over here on this end. I want to be clear to anyone watching. That's on this end of Coronado where we are, and between 38 and 35, which is the home that you were looking at here earlier. When you go further into the cul-de-sac, I believe it's a cul-de-sac, we don't know what's happening there. I'm told that the fire did jump that street. And here behind us, oh, we just missed it. We are watching this fire retardant drop. These airdrops happen right behind these homes, their backyards look into the ocean, and it's a beautiful view, I'm told, just brush coming up this hill. And from what we know about fires is, you know, they like to work their way uphill. They love to take in all the dry brush. And with all this wind, it is just the perfect recipe here for disaster. Now, I did see earlier some people, some residents are still here. I did speak with one resident who thinks her home might be gone. She's not sure. She hopes it's not because it's across the street, but it's further into this cul-de-sac. I also spoke with the president of the HOA here at Coronado Point, who says he's kind of been taking calls from residents, trying to keep them informed, trying to keep them up to date here about what's happening in their neighborhood. One thing I've noticed is, at least here on this side, the homes have very good defensible space, very green, very well maintained. I don't know though what it was like on the opposite side, but I do know that it was brush coming up the hill. And with me here is Chief Brian Fennessy now. We're live, Chief. Any idea on an update on how many homes have burned? And if you don't have that, that's okay.
I don't have precise numbers, but just walked down the block. I believe I can say with confidence that we've lost at least a dozen homes, large homes on the street. I don't have the addresses. And I mean, really an aggressive protection defense mode right now. They've stopped the lateral spread. There's actually some homes burning alongside unburned homes that are being protected. So the firefighters behind me are putting on a really aggressive fight.
And are you seeing the winds shifting? Is that playing a big role here, or has it been pretty consistent since you've been up here?
It's been pretty steady. It seems a little bit less than it was earlier, and typically, around dark, these winds should subside, which will be helpful. A lot of palm trees down the way that are on fire that are still, spitting embers downwind. But by and large, we've got the resources we need up top here right now, and it's all about defending the structures that aren't already on fire. The firefighters are doing an amazing, courageous job.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Any evacuation areas that you know of that people are going to? Has that been established? I can call with the Sheriff's Department too and ask them.
Sure, it has. I'm not exactly sure. Matt may know where the evacuation centers are.
We'll take a look at that here.
The Care and Reception Center is located at the Crown Valley Community Center.
Crown Valley Community Center, for folks looking for a place to kind of wait this out, the Crown Valley Community Center. Thank you so much, Chief. Really appreciate it. All right, guys. So Chief Brian Fennessy with the Orange County Fire Authority says that he can say with certainty at least a dozen homes have burnt, have been lost to the coastal fire. There may be more, and he's hoping that after sunset the winds die down. A lot of work here, now unfortunately, like for example in this home here at 35 Coronado Point, it's no longer about saving the home. This is a total loss, unfortunately. But it's about stopping the forward progress of these flames. And just, the homes here are right up against each other. Once you cross the street, once it goes past Coronado Point, it's just community after community. But a lot of work here. Back to you guys.
All right, well, it's a difficult sight to see, but the encouraging note is that as far as we know, no one's been injured. There's even, there's even animal control folks coming in to deal with the pets that may or may not have gotten out or gotten loose during this evacuation process. The evacuation was orderly, and there is no expectation that any casualties have been taken here. So that's the good news. Unfortunately, the bad news is what you're looking at here. This is one of at least a dozen homes that have been lost.
Just devastating sight to see. And Jessica had mentioned the Crown Valley Community Center, where they have an evacuation center. They're calling it a care and reception site, but that's at 29751 Crown Valley Parkway in Laguna Niguel. So you can go there, get information, maybe contact your family members, or figure out where you're going to go for the night. If you're one of these unfortunate souls who's lost their homes like this in this way. It seemed like there were a lot of people maybe that weren't home because of the time it started. The first call went out at like 2:43 this afternoon. So maybe a lot of people were at work and they couldn't even get back into the neighborhood once the fire started.
Right. So a quick update on kind of where we find ourselves here. This is a fire that is burning in Laguna Niguel. Broke out this afternoon around 3-ish, 3:30. The live picture there you're seeing is from our camera person who's having a signal back to our producers in the booth about where you're going. That's why you're seeing the thumbs up. That means everything's okay from his perspective. He's able to give a signal, he or she. So this fire broke out around shortly after 3 o'clock this afternoon near a wastewater treatment plant in Laguna Niguel. And so it's right near an access road there. Don't know the exact origin of the fire or the cause of it, but after it broke out, it was wind-driven, and the wind being that kind of coastal wind, Ellen. It's not a Santa Ana. Santa Ana's blowing the opposite direction. This one blew onshore from the ocean. Yeah,
about 30 miles an hour, and unfortunately, that wind just blew those flames right up the hill, right up to the crest where we were seeing these homes that are now, a lot of them have burned down, but it was just the perfect conditions for the fire to make its way up all this dry brush that's been there, without fires for quite some time now. So it had a lot of fuel.
And Aliso Canyon kind of acting as a funnel, kind of acting as a chimney. So as the winds moved up the canyon, they accelerated, going uphill and heading straight into these homes on Coronado Point and points to the kind of behind it. At least a dozen homes lost just on this street, but as we know, there are more homes that are further a couple of blocks inland or a couple of blocks away from that have also been lost. And the fire has also jumped a road that is at least a quarter-mile away. So there's concern about homes in that area because the winds have not as yet died down. They're going to lay down this evening, as Dallas has been telling us. That is something that happens just meteorologically in these coastal areas as the wind, as the temperature kind of regulates and the warm air that's inland isn't as warm anymore. There's not much of a push onshore with the wind. And so the winds will die down and slow down, but they have done their damage.
Yeah, we're going to go back to Jessica the Nova. She's been covering this from right there at the scene. Jessica?
Hey guys, I'm not sure. Earlier I lost my IFB. Not sure if I was able to update you or if you heard from Chief Brian Fennessy. But in case we weren't on, he did give me an update. He made his way down the street here. And according to the chief of the Orange County Fire Authority, he can say with certainty that at least a dozen homes have been lost to the flames. We just got a warning from fire crews. We might have to get out of here pretty quick because this home here is gone and it's just going to go completely down. As soon as the flames get through, they are just going to make their way across the street here. The winds are shifting, and they're going to want us to clear this street here pretty soon. We're also hearing a lot of explosions coming from these homes. Firefighters tell me that those explosions that we're hearing are tires going up in flames on cars, so there is that loss, and also ammunition in homes. This is what firefighters are dealing with when they are trying, to save these homes, these random explosions, the unknowns, and hopefully everyone gets out of here safe and they're able to stop the progress of the flames. This smoke now is turning black. When we first arrived, it was just mostly the brush on the other side of these homes on their backyards burning. That was that white smoke, but this is just nasty now, what's burning here. Completely black smoke and everything that you can think of, the furniture, everything that is inside your home now on fire, creating all this black smoke, making oh my gosh, Daryl, check out right there. That home is now on fire across the way, guys. Firefighters don't see it yet, but the home across an ember or you know, either made its way into the attic, but it is, guys, sorry guys, I'm gonna have to tell them here. That home is, there's fire on it now. So hopefully they'll start an attack on that home, try to save it. This is 38 Coronado Point. Unfortunately, now we're seeing flames across the way. We also got confirmation that down the street into the cul-de-sac, you know, the flames did already get, just like this home, get into the attic space, those embers igniting, and these homes just go right up. So, you know, here's another one. Hopefully they're gonna start working on this home here pretty quickly. You know, and I'm hearing a lot of warning here from fire crews, you know, get out if people are still here. Get out so firefighters can focus on saving your homes rather than later turning this into a rescue. Now with me here, I have 2 young men. I got permission from their parents. You know, they're making sure not to go further in. But your names one last time?
Liam.
Liam?
James.
Liam and James, you guys live in the community down there. Tell me about what your families are doing, you know, down the street. How's everyone preparing?
Well, when we first heard about this fire, we decided we were first getting prepared. We turned on our sprinklers and we got small bags packed, and then eventually they evacuated us, so we had to leave. But the scary part was my grandma lives here on Coronado down the street, so that was scary because then we had to, once we got all packed up, we had to go and evacuate her, and the smoke was super bad. And now we rode back up here, and now it's way worse, and now the houses are on fire, so we're just trying to stay safe.
Okay, Liam, you said your grandmother's home is down this way. Any idea if it's still around?
Well, it's house 30, and I see that they're spraying water on it here from a distance, so I'm nervous. Luckily, we got her out, and we got all of her stuff out, so I have no worry about that, but it's just sad to see that her house is might be gone, because the firefighter said that it's probably going to jump, and it's just going to get worse from here.
And we just saw that happen right here on 38, just how fast it goes. How long has your grandmother lived here?
Over 14 years, so a lot of memories there.
Okay, well, let's just hope that, you know, by some miracle her home is okay, but the smoke is so thick over there we can't really see, right? And this moves so fast. Tell people about, you know, how your lungs are feeling right now, guys. You know, I've been trying, guys, you know, for our anchors there and our viewers at home, I've been telling them to get out of here, but, you know, here they are. Tell us about, you know, why are you here?
Well, our grandma said that she wanted us to go and check on the house, and our dad was a little hesitant at first, but he said go, but stay safe.
Okay, and then you just we heard from firefighters, right, about this home here. They said it's gonna go soon, and what did he say? I want to make sure it's clear to both of you.
He said once the house goes, then we have to leave.
Okay, and you will listen.
Yes, we always have to be safe.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Yeah, because this right now, as we can see, we saw earlier, guys, this home across the way is a complete loss. So, you know, right now it's keeping the flames. The flames have something to burn, but the moment that structure goes, those flames are just going to go right across the way here. And we know that heat likes to connect. Now the home across the street, 38 here, that we're seeing firefighters put water on, that's got flames on it, right? So if that heat makes that connection, it's just going to jump right over and work its way onto the next community. And that's where your home is, down the way, down the hill?
Yes, our house is 30. It's on this side right over here, and I think it's already on fire.
That's your grandma's house.
Grandma's house, yeah.
All right,
so,
and your own home is down in another community?
Yeah, it's down in another community, yes.
All right, guys, thank you so much for that input. Please stay safe.
Yes, we will.
And thank you so much for promising to take off as soon as...
Another good view, we've been down over to the trail, and you can see that the house, you can see all the houses on fire from the backside. You can see like the backside, how it's like collapsed and everything.
Wow. All right. Do you guys go to that trail a lot? And do you know in that area, was the brush pretty dry right now before this fire started?
Yes, it was very dry.
Yeah, it was very dry. Right by the trail, it's dry, but there's some parts in the canyon where it's like it would be hard to burn. So that's what I think is like that we live in such a nice area that it's not very hard to burn, like for like a fire, because we keep the vegetation nice, so which is good.
All right, thank you guys so much for your time. Really appreciate your input. All right, guys, thank you. You too, those teens there, you know, checking on their house, their grandma's house for her, but really, I've been asking them to take off throughout the show because, you know, I'm wearing my mask, I'm wearing gear here, and I can smell it, I can feel it, and they're just in their regular clothes, so they are walking away now you know, making their way back, giving their grandmother that update. It's not looking good, unfortunately. And we have been hearing some explosions here. I mentioned earlier, one thing that firefighters are dealing with here is, you know, ammunition in some of these homes going up and exploding as the flames get to it. Another thing that causes those explosions are, I'm told, tires in cars. So we're hearing those pops too. But, you know, we're getting a lot of aerial support. The chief did say earlier that he hopes that the winds die down. As we know here in the area, usually with that sunset, we get these erratic winds, these wind changes. So that creates a challenge, hazardous situations here for firefighters. We were hoping, guys, that we wouldn't see the flames jump the street here to the other side. I know they had on the end of the cul-de-sac, but so far it wasn't happening here. But now the flames are definitely in the attic of this home. It's burning hot. I can see it. As soon as the wind picks up, that flame just, you know, picks up. You can see it over coming off the top. Whoop! And there we have that other home, 35. It's falling quick here. Not much of it left, unfortunately. We're just hearing that crackling. All of a sudden, you know, we got to keep our eyes open, make sure something big doesn't come flying in our direction. But, you know, as far as the winds, they seem to calm down for a little bit, but they are picking up a little bit right now. Earlier, you know, it looked good, but I don't know if it's just the behavior of the fire here creating more erratic winds, or if it's just, you know, if it's just a windy day in general. But the wind here in this particular street is picking up now. And there's a lot of palm trees. These palm trees, I'm seeing them are sort of, you know, catching fire, and that sort of sends those embers too onto the homes, into the attic spaces. And then from there, it's just a quick move for the flames. Okay, fire crews here are asking us to get going. I'm gonna tap Daryl here on the shoulder. Guys, we gotta get going. Daryl, they're asking us to get going.
Hey guys, like now.
They're asking us to go now. We're going to get in our truck and make our way out. We don't want to get in the way of the battle here, guys, but we'll get back to you live later on in the show from a safer location.
Yeah,
we'll find out what's going on here, why we're having to look.
We got a crap ton of fire engines coming in.
Thank you. All right, we're going to clear the way for fire crews. Do not want to get in the way of their work here. But, you know, thank you guys for sticking with us here. You know, you can see the retardant here on the way out from all the aerial drops on the ground. There's retardant from all the drops that are going in here. And, you know, we've got to work our way around these hoses. We don't want to have any of those whip in our direction. Here we have a homeowner, you know, hoping that the flames don't make their way over to his home. But we're going to get, it looks like they're going to get a lot of support here on this street, a lot of engines expected to make their way over here. And so I'm going to figure out a new location for us, guys, and we will get back to you later in the show. Live in Laguna Niguel, Jessica De Nova, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Excellent coverage, thank you, and I'm glad that you told those kids to get back home and be safe. You know, we can never stop being a mom, no matter what. All right, good job there, Jessica and Daryl. Well, let's check with Dallas, Frames, because Dallas, I see sunsets at 7:45, so a little under an hour till the sun goes down completely. What can we expect with the winds?
Well, I think those winds are going to start backing down, Ellen and Mark, and you're exactly right. Once the sun goes down, we'll see the winds start to abate a little bit. And then I think by probably 10, 11 o'clock tonight, there'll be lighter, much lighter winds coming in from the ocean. But earlier today, very, very strong west and northwest winds blowing into where the fire was started here. And of course, that carried the embers and the fire quickly over toward, unfortunately, those homes. But thank goodness, so far, no one has been injured from this fire, which is just wonderful. But you can see how close it is to the ocean, and you would think that there would be enough moisture, but it's all about the wind. When we interviewed the chief, he was talking about the wind is the big factor here. And when you have winds of 25, 35, gust up to 40 miles per hour at times, it's almost impossible to stop these types of fires once they are initiated. We take a look at
some of the winds. It's also been windy everywhere in Southern California today, so it's not just a strong sea breeze that you see down in Laguna. It's been very windy. There's a strong area of low pressure that is tracking tonight across Nevada, and that's generating those powerful winds out through the IE. Look at Riverside, gust out there at the airport up to 36 miles per hour. Humidity-wise, down along the coast, we're seeing some good humidity factors between 20-30% down there, which is wonderful. Even the valleys have not been super dry. It was cold this morning, banding down to 39 degrees. Here's a live shot looking down. You can see the smoke all down across the OC. Long Beach is 65 right now. Van Nuys 69 degrees. Gusty winds blowing up through the Wrightwood area. It's been cold today, too. Big Bear right now is only 39. It was in the low to mid 40s today at Big Bear. That with the afternoon high temperatures. 63 downtown LA right now, and Van Nuys is 69. So where is that low that's creating it? You can see it beautifully on the satellite image here tonight. It's right over Nevada, just north of Las Vegas. And of course, the winds coming down through Laguna from the west-northwest, feeding into this area of low pressure. So what happens by about 11 o'clock tonight or so, around midnight, this low is going to continue tracking eastbound, and that will relax this pressure gradient. And so our winds will start backing down. Thank goodness. That'll help the firefighters tremendously in that area. As a matter of fact, that one goes out of the way, but we do have an area of high pressure that is approaching from the south. So the valley areas are going to be hot this weekend. Starting on Friday, we'll be back into the 90s. Overnight lows tonight will stay in the 50s and 60s. 32 at Wrightwood. It's cold at Big Bear tonight, down to 26. Tomorrow's highs, though, starting to warm up. Even the beaches will climb into the low to mid 70s tomorrow. Dana Point, Laguna Beach there, about 75 degrees. 82 at Pasadena, 84 out at Santa Clarita. Here's the 7-day forecast. Then sunny skies anticipated through the weekend. Warmest temperatures downtown, about 85 on Saturday, so tolerable, not really a heat wave. But as we go to the valley temperatures, a whole different ball game. Tomorrow, we're warm tomorrow, and then it's really warm, very warm on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We'll call it valley heat for those 3 days. On Monday, we'll start dropping temperatures a little bit at that time. At the beaches, tomorrow afternoon, still some gusty winds, not as strong as today. Surf out of the south and west at 2 to 4 foot breakers. Beach temperatures could be warming up Friday. Look at that, 77, 78 on Saturday. A little bit better sea breeze coming in on Sunday. Mountain areas finally seeing a little touch of springtime. It'll be 63 at Big Bear tomorrow, but by the weekend, temperatures warm up dramatically. We're at 77, 78 at Big Bear Lake. In the deserts, gusty winds at times. Big heat wave coming out there in especially the southern deserts, with Palm Springs going up to 105, 106, 107 degrees for the weekend. But the good news tonight, Mark and Ellen, is that those winds will be dying down in the Laguna area starting around 9 o'clock tonight, 9 to 11 o'clock.
All right. Couldn't happen soon enough.
Yeah.
Dallas, thank you very much.
That's the truth. Thank you.
We have a picture we want to show you, a couple of photos actually. They are believed to be the ignition point of the fire. These were taken by a pilot who was flying in the area over Laguna Niguel, over Laguna Beach, at about 2:45 this afternoon. That pilot spotting the plume of smokes there. You see very in the middle, in the center of your screen there, spotting that plume of smoke, and then immediately taking a photo of it and letting the FAA know, which we presume then notified the CAL FIRE and the responding agencies who dealt with it. But again, this is about 2:45 p.m. local time in the canyon near Aliso Creek is where this pilot was flying and spotted that plume of smoke. That is the very initial portion of the fire. You see that it is to the west and perhaps north of the area that is in peril right now, that has suffered the brunt of the damage from this. But that was where the fire began. We don't know anything else about how it began or what the reason for the fire breaking out was, but we do have a location, photos that have been cleared to ABC News from the FAA showing the initial ignition point of this fire. And of course, the result is what you're seeing here on your screen. These at least a dozen homes have been lost. More than 200 acres have been burned. No reports of any injuries, but the toll of homes being taken is continuing. As our Jessica DeNova was on a street there, Coronado Point, reporting in front of one house. She saw another house in which fire was beginning to break out. In fact, she notified firefighters who were fighting a fire adjacent to this that this house directly in front of her was in fact breaking into flames. And so the fire fight is active. We have LA City Fire among the many agencies that have responded, along with CAL FIRE, Orange County Fire Authority, and a number of others, all the different neighboring agencies dealing with this. This is a mutual aid sort of a situation, and because of that, it's basically all hands on deck. We've got aircraft coming from all sorts of different areas now. We saw the Sikorsky Sky Crane helicopter bringing in the ability to drop water on the fire. We saw the E-2 aircraft, former submarine hunters for the U.S. Navy that have now been repurposed to fighting fires and dropping fire retardant. The Firehawk helicopters, the Black Hawk helicopters that are now being used by the different fire agencies to drop water and fire retardant. And unfortunately, what you're seeing is the result right here of the loss of more than a dozen homes.
Absolutely, Mark. Now joining Mark Brown, Colleen Sullivan, watching these absolutely devastating images for the last few hours. We know this fire started. We started covering this fire on Eyewitness News at 3 p.m. I think Chris Christie was live around 3:15. We know the fire started just before 3. It certainly grew massively over the course of the last few hours. I know at one point it was 3 acres, and then it went to 30 acres, and then it went to 180 acres just before 6, and now it's about 200 acres at the last count. But of course, it is going to grow as they get a good guesstimate of exactly how large this fire is. No containment as of right now being told, but again, we're going to have a 7:30 press conference, and of course, we are going to be there. We're going to certainly follow all the latest breaking news, and we're also going to be on air. We, of course, will be streaming, but you can also catch us on air on KDOC 56 Los Angeles. That's going to be starting in about 45 seconds or so. But again, we're going to continue to follow this breaking news out of Orange County, the coastal fire happening in Laguna Niguel. This has been going on for 4 hours or so, a little over 4 hours, and it is with devastating consequences. We know at least a dozen homes destroyed, damaged. I mean, these are multi-million-dollar homes that have incredible views of the Pacific Ocean. And I think you were talking about earlier, Mark, that Pacific marine layer, of course, was not helping today. These winds were very powerful out there, a wind-driven fire. And again, in about 5 seconds, we're going to be on KDOC 56 Los Angeles.
This is Eyewitness News on KDOC 56 Los Angeles with live breaking news.
Live breaking news here, a wind-driven fire engulfing more than a dozen homes in Laguna Niguel. The fire quickly spreading to about 200 acres and beyond. I'm Mark Brown, in for David Ono.
And I'm Colleen Sullivan. This is Eyewitness News at 7 on KDOC 56 Los Angeles. Evacuations are underway right now, both mandatory and voluntary. The fire has grown to roughly 200 acres.
An evacuation center is now open. It's at Crown Valley Community Center. That's on Crown Valley Parkway. A news conference planned for 7:30 at Laguna Niguel Regional Park. Officials from the Fire Authority, CAL FIRE, and the local police agencies and Sheriff's Department, we presume, will take part. We'll bring that to you live when it happens. Our Chris Christie has been live overhead in Air 7 HD all afternoon and evening and has this report.
Right around 3 o'clock is when we got the call to come down here. Sure enough, we made it down here very, very early on in the firefight. We saw the smoke as we came over the county line into Orange County, and it was about 30 acres, maybe even a little bit less. That was at about 3:15, maybe 3:20. It's gone from 15 to 20 acres to 183 acres. And when we did that first live report over the fire, it was, again, maybe 10, 15 acres on the north side of that water treatment facility. After that report, I looked back down. Within maybe 2 to 5 minutes after that, the fire had jumped the street and made it all the way to within a couple hundred feet of this neighborhood right here. That's how quickly it happened. Within 5 minutes, the winds changed, and what we saw as an ominous situation developing, just exploded into what we're looking at now. It's taken about 3 hours to get to this point. You see an entire block of houses now up in flames along the leading edge, right along the Aliso hiking trail, Aliso Summit hiking trail, and now we see houses further in from there, several blocks from that hiking trail that are now going up as well. So it has been a terrifying thing to watch, but the speed is what I cannot get over, and I think it caught a lot of people a little bit off guard. It just happened so quick. There really was very little time to respond adequately to even attempt to evacuate these neighborhoods. Coronado Point, those were the first homes to be impacted. We saw the fire racing up the hillside into those backyards where, as you mentioned, Mark, there was plenty of brush clearance between those properties and the thick brush that encompasses the Aliso Woods Canyon area. But it was just no match for the winds. The winds jumped, the embers jumped the hiking trail into those homes, and what you're noticing now is a difference in the color of the smoke. You know, the brush fire, the signature color of brush fire is white smoke, and then the minute you hit Coronado Point, you're seeing lots of black smoke. That is property, that is belongings, that's furniture, that's electrical equipment, that is the construction material that makes up those homes that changes the color of the smoke. And you can see that's kind of what we're doing now. We're kind of at the mercy of almost reading the smoke. Since we can't look through the smoke, it's very thick, it's very smoky up here, but you can see, you can kind of get an idea of what's burning where just based on the color of the smoke as you follow the direction of the wind. So it's a little bit of a guessing game as to what's going on underneath all of this smoke, aside from these leading edges, which we catch a glimpse of here since most of the brush has now charred up. We don't see any more white smoke here. We just see that residential block. Literally every single home has been touched or heavily impacted by this fire. That's Coronado Point. There are 2 additional streets beyond that before you get to Pacific Island Drive, and I think that's about as far south as we've seen structures on fire. At this point, I don't think the fire has jumped Pacific Island Drive, but that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. If we see any indication of black smoke coming from the south side of Pacific Island Drive, that's going to tell us that this fire has jumped the neighborhood, jumped Pacific Island Drive, and there are additional structures on fire. If we see that black smoke come from the south of Pacific Island Drive, that's what I'm looking for. Otherwise, they may have an opportunity to keep this fire at bay, or at least until the wind changes direction. As some of this smoke clears along Coronado Point, we're getting a true illustration of the devastation. Some of these homes burning down to the studs, all the way down to the foundation. These are complete losses. This is the initial group of homes that we first started watching upwards of 90 minutes ago to 2 hours ago, first catching on fire, and you can see some of these homes, there is just nothing left. They were not salvageable. Others, they still have water on them trying to, you know, but look at this one. This one got lucky. Look at this guy right here, got lucky. In between a whole group of homes that went up, he managed somehow to stay standing there. But there are firefighters up and down Coronado Point trying to get these fires out. It is too late for many of them, and now our attention starts to move inland, further in from Coronado Point into these additional streets that we've been watching here, where you can see lots of thick black smoke, another dozen or so homes going up in flames off of Coronado Point.
All right, again, you're hearing Chris Christie overhead in Air 7 HD reporting from the fire all afternoon. Jessica DeNova is also live on the scene. Jessica, we know you have been moving around because the embers and the smoke have been really getting right up onto your live shots. So where are you located now?
Okay, we are now just outside of Coronado Point, near the corner of Flying Cloud and Pacific Island. We made our way out because fire crews did say that they were going to, pump the area full of engines to really try and rescue what is left in Coronado Point. When we were there earlier, if our viewers were watching on Eyewitness News or on our live web stream, we watched as home 35 on Coronado Point, you know, was sort of holding those flames. It was unfortunately a total loss, but, you know, firefighters say the moment that goes, the entire thing here is just gonna, you know, get pretty complicated. The flames are gonna jump the street, and sure enough, those embers flew onto 38, and now I'm going to ask my photographer to zoom here. Unfortunately, we're sort of on the backside now of Coronado Point. You're going to see an airdrop here by a CAL FIRE helicopter any second, but they're going to go over to pick up water, it looks like, but 38 there on Coronado Point is up in flames now since we left. I mean, we were there minutes ago. It is now up in flames. And you can see here also on the ridge, it's Aliso Creek Ridge is what I'm told. You see a hand crew there trying to make sure that those hot spots are out, you know, create some containment here. Make sure they have that line of containment, get something going here to just really get a hold of this. The wind seems to be dying down a little bit, but every now and then we get these erratic shifts. Things just change direction for firefighters, and that has been such a challenge here today. There are, though, a lot of resources that they are taking advantage of. And earlier when I spoke to the chief of the Orange County Fire Authority, he told me that, you know, one of the benefits to this has been there aren't any other big major fires burning in the state. So really all of our resources are getting here, and they're getting here fast. Unfortunately, you know, they weren't able to save about a dozen homes. We have confirmation, probably more at this point, have burned. And with me here, I have an evacuee, Lynn Morey, she lives here in this neighborhood behind us, Coronado Point. Lynn, thank you so much for joining me. You know, you heard what I had to say. You're seeing from here. You were in there earlier with me. It's not looking good. What are you thinking?
It's not looking good. Every other house is on fire on one side of the street, and then it jumped across the street and started burning other houses. And our house could be on fire. I don't know. I was not able to get inside and get it, obviously get any of our belongings, but it could be on fire now. And then it jumped another row across the street and down the hill, so it's starting to burn some of Laguna Niguel at this point.
Wow, I am so sorry to hear that. You know, you're going through this, the unknowns, right? It is nerve-wracking, you know, for people to sit here and not know if their home is gone, their entire belongings, like Lynn was saying here. How long have you lived here?
9 years.
9 years. Okay, and I mean, it's just an area that has this beautiful view, right, of the ridge here. You can see the ocean, I imagine, on a clear day.
Yes, absolutely. It's gorgeous. Beautiful community.
Did you ever think, I mean, we live in Southern California. You're butted up right against this wildland, this brush area. Did you ever think, did you prepare for something like this?
No, we don't, because they're always actually they're always trimming the trees and landscaping very well. But anything could happen. I think what happened, it went down the hill, it went down on a ridge and went straight up very quickly because of the high winds today, and just went straight to a house, our neighbor's house.
Thank you so much for your time, Lynn. You know, and we keep hearing it from fire chiefs throughout the state. Fire behavior is just changing so fast now with what we're seeing here with drought and with more and dry brush throughout the state. All it takes is a quick wind and these flames just travel so quickly. What we're seeing here, what I've heard firefighters say, is the embers are going into the attic spaces of these homes, and once they're in there, it is amazing to see how rapidly the flames take over these structures, you know. And oh wow, you just saw something there go off, that big plume of black smoke. We're hearing about these explosions. When we were down there, we heard them, right? And it's such a dangerous situation for firefighters because cars, right? There's so many things that ignite there. We were hearing the cars themselves, the tires of cars just kind of blowing up, and ammunition too is something that is in some of these homes, and it just kind of explodes as firefighters are trying trying to save the structures. So really hazardous situations there. The last that we got from the fire chief, Brian Fennessy with the Orange County Fire Authority, is 200 acres. We are going to hear more information, more updated details in a few minutes here. There's a press conference scheduled for 7:30, but for now, unfortunately, we have confirmed that at least a dozen homes are gone, and these flames are still moving rapidly. And hopefully, you know, Dallas said earlier the winds are going to die down tonight, and hopefully give firefighters the opportunity to contain these flames, to make some progress, and rescue any more homes from being destroyed. Reporting live in Laguna Niguel, Jessica De Nova, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Jessica, I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Because I wanted to ask you a quick question.
I can hear you. I can hear you, Mark.
Go
for it. Go for it.
It has to do with your reporting and what you were kind of forced to do a little while ago. You were on Coronado Point reporting about a house that was on fire, and you noticed another house across the street starting to catch on fire, and you were forced to kind of notify firefighters that there was another house on fire there. You were kind of having to report this. How did that strike you in terms of what you're watching unfold there? Take us through that.
You know, I think with every scene, it's all about safety, right? You want to help your community. It's what I try to do as a journalist. And to me, what kind of journalist are you if you let your community fall in harm's way, and if you can do something to help, if you can aid? I saw that the firefighters, you know, they were busy trying to keep the flames from making their way over the street. They didn't know that an ember had probably made its way into the attic, and we just saw it start going pretty fast, and just made sure to let them know, because once that home goes, then you've got that whole row next to them and the homes behind it, right? So you know, I figured our viewers are at home. They know this is all developing. It's live. It really isn't worth it to watch this home go down in flames. When they were right there, I could have just told the fire. I did just tell the firefighters, hey, the flames are inside this home. So I think that our viewers know we are out here alive. We're trying to inform the community, and if we have to stop, you know, talking directly to the camera, talking directly to them at home for a few minutes to do something like that, I know that they understand that.
And certainly appreciate it as well, Jessica. No doubt about that. And you know, we're looking at your live shot, and we're just seeing that home.
That home that she was
just
describing.
Over your shoulder. We saw the explosion, or you know, the big, huge black plume of smoke come from that home, and now, of course, you see those large flames. And as you were talking about it earlier, this wind-driven fire, those embers just sneak up into those eaves and just take out these communities. And again, the only saving grace, Mark, is when we heard the homeowner association president say, you know, happy to see it, just homes that have been lost, not hearing about anybody being injured, and says at least they can be rebuilt. So again, we're going to stay on top of this. You're looking at live images from the coastal fire burning in Laguna Niguel. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Looking at live pictures now from Air 7 HD over the fire that has broken out in Laguna Niguel. Broke out about 2:45 this afternoon, and the result is what you are seeing here. At least a dozen homes that have gone up in flames. This is the coastal fire. Started near a water treatment plant, the South Orange County Water Authority treatment plant, and raced up Aliso Canyon, driven by those coastal winds. And a number of homes now have been lost to these flames.
Very devastating images. I know earlier today it said about at least a dozen homes, but just as we've been watching, just at the start of this newscast at 7 o'clock, we saw one home just kind of, you know, a big, large explosion happening inside one home. So we know that that number is going to go up. We know the fire department is going out assessing the damage. But of course, this fire is still absolutely very hard to contain right now. Alex Cheney, you've been watching this. We've been talking about these winds all week long, but, you know, devastating results that we are seeing right now.
Yeah, Colleen, you know, first saw this during the 3 o'clock show that I was on there with you, and saw this really start as a very small brush fire and then expanded really quickly over the last few hours. So certainly a very terrifying situation over there in Orange County. I actually grew up in Irvine, which is not too far where that fire is. My parents right now live in Mission Viejo, and they can see the smoke from their house. So from a weather standpoint, here's what's going on. We have some onshore flow. This is sea breeze. This is coastal wind that is moving into Southern California right now. So it is pushing that smoke going from the west and then going towards the east. So let's take a closer look here as we get down. So when you think Laguna Beach, you think of the Lighthouse Tower, you think of Main Beach. That's over here. We're going to go slightly to the south and towards the east. Temperature there right now, 56 degrees. So that's a good thing. It's not too warm outside, but these winds, consistent wind speeds of about 24 miles an hour. The gusts at times, you hear our reporters in the field call it erratic at times. That's where the gusts come in at about 30 miles an hour. So all this wind right now is pushing towards Laguna Niguel. It will eventually get into Riverside County, but this is the concern. Most of South Orange County can see all of this smoke right now. So here's where the winds are for several areas. So out through Ventura County, 20 miles an hour. This is all of Southern California getting this wind right now, not just Laguna. 25 miles an hour in Anaheim, 34 miles an hour in the Laguna Beach area, 30 down into San Clemente. So some very strong winds the last couple of days. And the good news here, if there is any, is that these winds are going to start to die down as we head overnight. Also, humidity is really good as well. So when you talk about dry humidity, that's part of the concern for fire danger. Humidity values only go up as you move into the evening hours, as the sun goes down and the night takes over. You see those humidity values just naturally begin to go up just a little bit with more moisture in the atmosphere. Here's the view from our Long Beach camera, 63 degrees over there. Another view of Van Nuys, 69 as well. Some really nice views out there with the sunset. Temperatures right now really nice and comfortable, but still to come, I'm going to tell you about why these temperatures are picking up. Satellite image. So this is the weather maker right now. It is this system of low pressure that is bringing in these winds. No rain or snow for Southern California. That would be nice to have, but instead right now just those very gusty winds. And the winds will continue through a few hours, but then overnight by tomorrow morning you can see these winds die down quite a bit. So once again, that is the good news. These winds begin to die down. But also heading into the weekend here, temperatures will begin to warm up as that low pressure moves out of the way and high pressure begins to move in. Lows for tonight going to be a little bit chilly in some areas, down to about 39 degrees in Ojai overnight, 53 degrees in Los Angeles, 58 in Covina, 48 degrees in Riverside, and 43 in Lake Elsinore. High temperatures for tomorrow. There's a warming trend through the weekend, so 83 in Riverside, 80 degrees in Los Angeles tomorrow, and 84 in Santa Clarita. 7-day forecast, LA and Orange County, so warmer through the weekend. I have temps going up into the mid-80s by Saturday, and then coming back down to the mid-70s by next week. Valleys, Inland Empire, a little bit warmer here into the low to mid-90s. Just this time on Saturday, I was forecasting about 100 degrees, so down into the low 90s is much better. To the beaches now, the upper 70s for Friday and Saturday. Those will be some nice beach days. Mountain communities warming up as well into the upper 70s, and the deserts will be very warm, mid-90s, Palm Springs at about 105 degrees. So to surmise all of this, the good news here is that this wind is going to be dying down overnight. I think firefighters by tomorrow morning should get a really good grip on the situation out there.
All right. Well, we hope so, because what we're seeing right now is pretty disturbing. We're looking live now, and you can see that not only have more than a dozen homes gone up, but one that just recently started going up is really blazing right now. And those embers are still being blown inland from this wind that has, as Alex mentioned, can top out at around 35 miles an hour. Even though it's going to die down as the sun goes down, it's still high enough to push those embers and push the flames. And the result is more loss, more devastation. Look at that. It is still going.
It is so heartbreaking to see these images. Of course, a lot of people watching our live footage right now from Air 7 HD, seeing this, holding their breath that their home is going to be spared. But again, it is a wind-driven fire. We've been hearing the fire authority also talking about it. Just one ember goes right up inside those eaves, and you can see the devastating results. Stay with us, though. We will be right back with more of this breaking news coverage.
We continue our coverage of breaking news. The coastal fire, 200 acres and growing. At least a dozen homes and growing. The toll on the homes is growing as we watch, seeing all these homes going up in flames. This fire broke out about 2:45 this afternoon near the South Orange County Water Authority treatment plant, spotted first by a private pilot flying over the area who took some pictures of that initial plume of smoke, sent those to the FAA, which then alerted the fire authorities who had to respond to this. But by then, the wind had driven it way too far and way too fast up Aliso Canyon to this area that's Coronado Point and other points kind of inland of that. And the toll has been at least a dozen homes that have gone up in flames. The evacuation orders are in effect. Mandatory evacuation order issued for Coronado Point Drive, Vista Court, Villa Las Rosas in the city of Laguna Niguel.
Absolutely. And again, we are going to stay on top of this breaking news. Stay with us. We'll be back after a short commercial break.
This is Eyewitness News on KDOC 56 Los Angeles with live breaking news.
Good evening. I'm Mark Brown in for David Ono.
And I'm Colleen Sullivan. This is Eyewitness News at 7 on KDOC 56 Los Angeles. You are looking at Air 7 HD pictures from the coastal fire. This fire breaking out around 2:45 this afternoon. It has exploded in size. It is a wind-driven fire. We know Air 7 HD and Chris Christie, you have been over the scene all day. Devastating images that we have been watching over the air.
Colleen, devastating to say the least. You can see many homes along Coronado Point, priceless real estate up in flames, continuing as the sun goes down. I want to give you a wide shot here of the 200 acres of brush that have went up. Aside from that neighborhood, this is the number that those firefighters are working with. When they give us those estimates, you can see them drawing lines around that acreage, painting an orange circle, essentially a huge orange circle around that burn scar. And that will be part of the containment numbers later on when we officially get those. What that doesn't take into account, when we get those total acreages, we don't really know how much additional real estate is up in flames aside from the brush. That brush is going to make up a predominant part of that total. But this neighborhood, there's no acres that you could put on that. This is embers that have flown through here and just taken with it parcel after parcel after parcel of valuable property here along the top of this hillside just above Aliso Woods Canyon. And you could see one of the many mansions along this road that have gone up in flames. We can only hope that as many people as possible were able to evacuate in the short few precious moments that there were to escape. Because I got to tell you, being here as this fire first broke out, it did not take long for things to change very quickly. When that wind shifted, it went from a 30-acre fire to a much, much bigger catastrophe that we are witnessing here this evening. Guys, back to you.
All right, Chris Christie live in Air 7 HD. Jessica Nanova has been on station for much of the evening. She's had to change her location several times at the urging of firefighters and the Orange County Sheriff's Department. She joins us now looking at the devastation from a new vantage point. Jessica.
Mark, we're kind of on the back side of Coronado Point. Looking down here behind me is Aliso Creek Ridge. You know, we heard from Chris Christie earlier. There are crews trying to contain the flames here. We did see hand crews down there, you know, working to cut, to dig out that fire line. You know, earlier in the afternoon, we were inside Coronado Point watching as firefighters desperately tried to keep the flames from progressing, from jumping from house to house. Those embers were moving so fast with that wind. They, you know, used the eaves, through the eaves, got into the attics, and the houses would just go up so fast. You know, and it's devastating to see here. I was looking at those homes, and so many of them were okay, and we're just seeing explosion after explosion of black smoke, and you know, there's another home. You see the flames kind of working their way closer to us. Just another home catching on fire. From here, it looks like a home earlier that we had been trying to tell firefighters, you know, that we saw when the embers made their way into the attic, and when the flames started, you know, catching, when the house started catching, we let the firefighters know that the home was on fire. They started working it, and unfortunately, it looks like that home is now gone. And I don't know if you're able to see there. Yeah, my photographer Daryl is looking there. You know, the helicopter from above, trying to put out the hot spots. That's one advantage that we have here with the coastal fire. I was talking to the Orange County Fire Authority earlier, and he was saying how we have so many resources right now because, you know, there are times when we see fires burning throughout the state all at once, and everyone is just trying to get support. Well, luckily right now, we're able to get a lot of resources on this fire, you know, but when the wind picks up, even that strong attack, all those resources aren't enough. We have confirmed that there are at least a dozen homes here that have been lost to the fire. And residents in the area, there's a very different atmosphere than when we first arrived. People were kind of hanging out on the side of the street. not really packed, just kind of waiting it out, you know, thinking maybe they were going to be able to go back home. And now if you see here, Daryl, if you pan over to the right, there are people being picked up by cars. We're seeing them walk out with luggage bags, taking off. I spoke with a couple earlier that said, you know, I wanted to do an interview with them. They said, you know what, we got to get to the hotel because all the rooms are going to be booked. So people are, you know, have realized that this is going to be a while here. One good thing, though, also that has changed is the wind. The winds have died down. It was so erratic when we first arrived, and, you know, things were changing direction. But it feels a lot calmer right now. I am a little worried because sometimes as the sun sets, the temperature shifts. The temperature is dropping right now as the sun is setting, and sometimes that wind picks up right at sunset. But hopefully that won't happen. Because, like you guys said, it's a wind-driven fire, and that's sort of what has kept this thing moving and moving so fast. You know, guys, as you know, we had our fire training. We're doing our fire training this week here with our station, and we also had our masks fitted, you know, to beat when we're out here in these situations. And it really comes in handy when we go through that because you see how this fire is behaving. Like CAL FIRE told us, you know, things move right uphill. You know where you should stand, where you shouldn't stand. You know what signs to look for when you got to get out of a neighborhood. And always, right, listen to fire crews. And, you know, the fire crews there were very kindly told us it's time to get out when we were inside Coronado Point earlier today, which, you know, we did right away, wanted to get out of their way, make sure we let them do their job. But yeah, right now we're seeing plumes of black smoke. That wasn't the case earlier. It was all white smoke because it was a lot of this brush burning. You can still see the white smoke there, but if you jump over to the neighborhood here, Coronado Point, you see a lot of the black smoke, and that's because it's that hazardous material burning. Think of everything inside your home that's just going up in flames, right? And then you get these dangerous, hazardous explosions, right? Because think of everything. If it were to catch fire on your property, what that would do. You know, firefighters were telling me it's tires on cars, it's ammunition inside these homes, and that's what they're dealing with. The one thing they aren't having to battle at this point, at least, are the strong winds, and hopefully it will stay that way for the rest of the night. And you know, they'll be able to gain some containment, get some containment around these flames. But yeah, very rapidly moving fire. Last I heard, guys, not sure if you've gotten another update, is about 200 acres for this fire and at least a dozen homes lost to the flames. Reporting live in Laguna Niguel, Jessica De Nova, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Yeah, Jessica, it's interesting you brought up the fire training that our crews, our field crews are undergoing right now, yourself included. This is in anticipation of the fire season. We're not in the fire season yet, and yet kind of portends what sort of a season we're about to have given the nature of this fire and how devastating it is before the fire season really has officially begun. So it does indicate that we're going to need that training, and unfortunately we're going to have to make use of it as the months wear on.
It's invaluable training. It certainly is. And just knowing that you know, there's actual times for you to get an actual fire mask fitted. It shows you know, how serious we do take our crews out in the field, because if you've been out in the fire, we know you're out there, Jessica, but those embers, it is so hot, that wind is so strong, and again, we do know that fires, they create their own weather as well. So it seems like it's calmer when you're driving up to cover a fire, and then when you get to the fire, the winds are just absolutely howling. And thank goodness this air assault is happening. We know that CAL FIRE has sent some help, and a lot of resources have been kind of coming this way. Jessica also talked about it because there aren't any other big fires that are taking up those resources. So we do know there's a lot of resources from the air right now attacking this fire from above. Alex Cheney, we also have you right here on standby talking about this area. You know it very well. It is devastating to see these images. I mean, that fire has devoured so many homes.
Yeah, it's really frightening in that area in Laguna Niguel. You have all all those houses placed on the cliff, of course, for the beautiful view, but then you run into situations like these. So it is very sad. Laguna, of course, is a very beautiful part of South Orange County, and this fire just devastating for the area. So what's happening weather-wise here is it is the winds. It is these very breezy, gusty onshore flow winds that are creating that issue right now in the Laguna area. So I have the map up here. Live Mega Doppler 7000 HD shows you the direction of that wind. This is what's called an onshore flow. This is the complete opposite of a Santa Ana wind, which comes from the east. So typically when you have an onshore wind event, typically that's not a concern for fire, but this is a much different situation today. So let's take a closer look here. Typically when you think of Laguna Beach, you think of Main Beach. That's more over here. So we're going to direct your attention to an area closer actually to Laguna Niguel. Temperature right now is 56 degrees outside, so the temperature isn't a problem. Of course, the temperature will continue to go down as the sun goes down. Winds right now, consistent wind speeds of about 24 miles an hour. Those gusts are up to 30. Jessica's saying that those winds are coming down just a little bit, and I agree with that. I think by later on tonight, those winds are going to be coming way down. And as you can see with that wind moving from the west and going towards the east, it is pushing all of that smoke into the rest of South Orange County. My parents live in the Mission Viejo area, and they've been able to see the smoke since about 3 o'clock earlier this afternoon. Of course, not just Orange County receiving the wind, all of Southern California, very breezy outside right now, anywhere from about 20 to about 25 miles an hour from Malibu through Burbank, Glendora, Riverside at about 36 miles an hour right now. 36 miles an hour, that is quick. When you think about that, you take your car at about 36 miles an hour. I mean, you're really moving. 30 miles an hour down in San Clemente right now, Lake Elsinore, Temecula, much of Riverside County as well, getting hit with these winds. But the good news here is, if there is any, that the winds will continue to settle down, moving overnight. So when you talk about fire danger, you talk about really three things. You talk about heat, you talk about breezy weather, and you talk about low humidity. As the sun goes down, humidity values come up, more moisture gets added to the atmosphere. So right now, Santa Ana about 23% humidity, and a little bit closer than that, 37% over there into Long Beach. So once again, to recapitulate, the temperatures will continue to go down, humidity is going to go up, and the winds will begin to settle down overnight. And I think firefighters will be able to get a lot of work done overnight and into tomorrow morning containing this fire.
All right, Alex Cheney, thank you very much. As we try to get more information about how many homes have been lost, we're expecting an update, a press conference from the authorities there in Orange County regarding how many homes have been lost and other elements here. Let's go to it right now.
Information on Twitter at OC Suit Bartlett, and on Facebook at Supervisor Lisa Bartlett. So be sure to check all of the social media handles. We're pushing out as much up-to-date information as quickly as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Bartlett. We'll take a quick pause here.
All right, we've got a bunch of reporters who they basically moved the press conference location. Now a bunch of reporters have arrived and are able to take this live again. So we're going to try to get that information fresh and quickly here as they set all the mics up on that stand. What you're hearing me do right now, we call this vamping in TV news. We're filling the time until he can speak. All right, here he goes.
Everybody hear me okay? Everybody got it? We're good? All right. I'll do just a quick recap, all right, for those of you that just joined us. Again, this is the coastal fire. Estimated acres are around 200. We do know that there has been some structure loss. We do not have an exact count. We will get damage assessment. My name is Brian Fennessy. I'm the Orange County Fire Authority Fire Chief in unified command with the Orange County Sheriff Department and the Laguna Beach Fire Department. Other agencies assisting are Los Angeles County Fire Department, all of the local agencies here in Orange County, and a large presence by our partners, CAL FIRE, both on the ground and in the air. This has been a very robust response. We're starting to get a better handle on the fire now, and we expect that we're going to make great progress throughout the night and into the coming days. At this time, we have no known civilian or firefighter injury. And in terms of fire start, I know that'll eventually be a question, that is under investigation. We do not have that information at this time. I'm going to, since there's so many of you showed up, I am going to reintroduce Captain Asuncion with the Sheriff's Office to do a repeat. And again, I'm going to introduce County Supervisor Lisa Bartlett to do a repeat. There's just so many more of you here. And then we will end with the Mayor of the City of Laguna Niguel, Mayor Genoway, and then we'll field questions.
Have the winds died down?
The winds have died down a little bit. And I'll share a little bit of what I did earlier. The winds we experienced today are not unusual. These were not Santa Ana winds. These are our coastal winds that we experience generally every day. The big difference is, and we're seeing it again, with the climate change, the fuels beds in this county, throughout Southern California, throughout the West, are so dry that fire like this is going to be more commonplace. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, a fire like this would have likely been stopped very small. Our resources would have got on scene quickly, the fire would have been skunking around, and we'd have picked it up. With the wind behind it and the fuel as dry as it is today, you're going to see fires run on us like this. They may not become thousands and thousands of acres, but you don't have to lose life or property in large fires. We can lose them very quickly in much smaller fires. So this has become our norm, so you can expect more of this.
How's the brush clearance?
Why don't we field those questions right at the very end? I want to take time and reintroduce Captain Asuncion with the Orange County Sheriff's Department. Captain.
Thanks, Chief, again. So, excuse me, I'm Captain Virgil Asuncion with the Orange County Sheriff's Department and Chief of Laguna Niguel Police Services. So the Orange County Sheriff's Department has been in unified command since this fire started, assisting with evacuations for the coastal fire for the city of Laguna Niguel. At this time, we have mandatory evacuations for 3 streets in Laguna Niguel: Coronado Point, Vista Court, and Villa Las Rosas. We estimate this to be about 100 structures on these streets. Roads leading to this area have been closed. Deputies and fire personnel went house to house to evacuate residents, and a wireless emergency alert system was issued. The county's Emergency Operations Center has been activated to assist with resources for the coastal fire. A hotline public information has been established for established at the Emergency Operations Center, and that hotline number is 714-628-7085. And all call takers are ready to assist affected residents. A care and reception site has been established at the Crown Valley Community Center, located at 29751 Crown Valley Parkway. We want to remind the community that receiving immediate information in an incident is vital. So please sign up for Alert OC at alertoc.com and ensuring that your contact information is updated and accurate. Just want to thank the Orange County Fire Authority for all your assistance and our elected officials for all your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Asuncion, and we want to thank the community as well. The sheriff did an excellent job of evacuating our community, and our residents evacuated quickly, orderly, and that's great for us with the fire department. We don't have to necessarily concern ourselves with rescue. We can go right to work in fire suppression when we've had a great evacuation like that. Next, I'd like to introduce Orange County Supervisor Lisa Bartlett, District 5.
Can I ask a question real quick? Would it
We're gonna take questions in the end.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chief Hennessy. Good evening, everyone. Orange County Supervisor Lisa Bartlett, 5th District. Our thoughts and prayers are with everyone involved here. Sadly, this is the second fire in my supervisorial district within the past few months. We had the Emerald Fire in Laguna Beach in February. And wildfire season, as we know it today, it's not just the summer months anymore. It's 12 months a year, and we really have to be prepared year-round for a fire to spark up at any time. I want to thank the Orange County Fire Authority. The great men and women who are first responders and are doing great work on the front line right now. I'm also serving on the board of the Orange County Fire Authority. I want to thank the Sheriff's Department and the men and women there and all of their resources. We've got a ton of resources that have been brought into this vicinity to put this fire out as quickly as possible. I want to thank everyone from the regions in LA, San Diego, and other areas that have come forth with equipment and personnel to help us get this fire under control as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bartlett. Next, I'd like to introduce the City of Laguna Niguel Mayor Genoway.
Good evening. I'm Elaine Genoway, Mayor of the City of Laguna Niguel. Our priority are the residents of our city and their safety and well-being. Thank you to the Orange County Fire Authority and the Orange County Sheriff's Department for protecting our residents and assisting them at this time. We have early on, thank you. This is the right microphone height. Early on, we declared a state of emergency in the city of Laguna Niguel to be able to provide the resources that our residents will need, and we set up an emergency operations center. We also have an evacuation center at Crown Valley Community Center, where some of our residents have gone. At last count, we have had 25 adults, 2 children, and 5 pets there. So any residents who need a place, even if it's just the voluntary evacuation, please go to the Crown Valley Community Center, and Red Cross is there to serve you along with animal services. Thank you to the many residents in our city who have reached out to see how they can assist. Also, thank you to the mayors of surrounding cities who have contacted myself and my city council colleagues. We've also had multiple restaurants to see if they could bring food to those who have been evacuated. But we have we are working on a point of contact for our residents to provide one person that they can contact to give them the information that those who have been evacuated or those whose homes have been impacted, that they will know where to go to get the resources and assistance that they need after this time. So again, our residents are a priority. Please feel free to reach out to myself as the mayor or a city manager or our city staff for any information. And we urge all of our residents, if you have any questions, if you need any assistance, that is what we are here for. So reach out to the city, reach out to the Sheriff's Department, reach out to the OCFA. But we are here for you, we are here to assist you, and we will all work together to do what's in the best interest of Laguna Niguel residents. I'd also like to point out that our water district has sent out an alert asking residents to reduce their water usage at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Genoway. At this time, we'll field a few questions, and then we'll all be available for individual interviews. So, any questions?
I just wanted to ask, as far as adjacent HOAs, should they be turning on their irrigation to water the hillsides to make sure that there's...
No need to do that. Again, we expect the winds to slow as it becomes nightfall, to slow a bit. Great. We've got lots of resources out there to deal with it, so no, that would not be something we would recommend. Thank you.
Can you talk about the number of structures either destroyed or damaged?
We don't have an accurate count, but I will tell you that myself and my Deputy Chief of Operations, Kenny Dossie, left the neighborhood to be here for this event, and I would say it's fair to say that we're looking at probably a minimum of 20 structures, either lost or partially destroyed. We're somewhat reluctant to provide numbers because, again, they just are estimates at this point. We will have our damage assessment teams out tonight. We will have an accurate count certainly by tomorrow morning. But we definitely experienced structure loss of homes up on Coronado Point.
And these are all residential? All residential?
All the ones I saw were residential homes, large residential structures.
What is the biggest challenge going into tonight?
I think really it's going to be identifying those hot spots. I mean, you got to remember that this fire was wind driven, and so we have embers cast very deep down into those canyons, and many of them up into the palm trees. We saw several palm trees that had embers burning in them. We had embers enter attic spaces through vents. And so really the focus is to get into these homes, to really take a look at those attics, to get down in the vegetation, to really make sure that we're not leaving any hot embers in place so that when the wind does pick up again tomorrow, that we've missed anything and we have, a rekindle. So you'll see the firefighters out here en masse throughout the night, certainly out through it tomorrow, and they'll be making sure that this fire is completely extinguished before we walk away from it.
All right, you've been listening to a news conference at the Laguna Niguel Regional Park about the coastal fire. And you've also been listening to Brian Fennessy, the chief of the Orange County Fire Authority, talking about the details of this fire. We know the coastal fire started around 2:45 this afternoon. He said, Mark, about 20 homes in the neighborhood have been destroyed or damaged. They haven't been able to get an accurate count because this fire is still very active, but they did say it's been a very robust response from LA City Fire, San Diego Fire, CAL FIRE, other multiple agencies around this area trying to help fight the fire from the ground and from the air.
All right, and we'll be right back.
Terrain until it hit the side of that slope. And fire is always going to run uphill faster, wind or no wind, but when you have that strong a wind blowing that fire uphill, and if you're familiar with that area, it is extremely steep, extremely thick vegetation that has not burned in probably decades. Once it's got a hold and started up that hill, I think we all saw that. As soon as I got to my car at headquarters, you could see a tremendous smoke column, and we knew that we had a significant fire.
Can you talk about how climate change has changed the behavior of fires? How has the way firefighters attack the fires changed?
I think you're right. I mean, we're seeing spread in ways that we haven't before. Again, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, fire like that might have grown to an acre, couple acres. We'd gotten there very quickly. It would have been skunking around. The fire is spreading very quickly into this very dry vegetation. It's taking off. One of the concerns for me as a fire chief, obviously, is the safety of my firefighters. And we're seeing spreads like we have, not just here locally in Orange County or Southern California, throughout the West, in Northern California. And, there is no structure, there is no vegetation that is more valuable than human life or a firefighter life. So many times we have to go into rescue mode and really protect those at risk. These fires are moving so quickly that we do have to back off until we see opportunities to get in and attack that fire. 20 years ago, I would say that we took fire on a lot more directly. Nowadays, the threat again to life and property and firefighter life is extreme. A couple more questions. I did not hear that. I'm unaware of any insufficient water pressure. Again, everything I saw deck guns, I saw lots of water being flowed by all the fire engines up on top, Coronado Point. I did not. That would be a surprise to me to hear that, at least up on top. There was a lot of water being flowed.
You mentioned no civilian injuries. Were there any injuries to your firefighters? And then also when you're trying to get people to, evacuate from their homes, were most people home at the time or were they away from work?
Well, number one, we're unaware of any civilian injuries. We're unaware of any firefighter injuries. I happened to arrive in
Updating the coastal fire, you're looking at the remnants of some of the homes that have burned. Now, by one estimate from the Orange County Fire Authority, as many as 20 homes, perhaps more than that, have gone up in flames. They don't have an exact number yet. This fire breaking out about 2:45 this afternoon, first spotted by a private pilot flying over Laguna Niguel near the South Orange County Water Authority treatment plant. A small plume of smoke. From there, the fire took off. The fire behavior, according to Chief Brian Fennessy of Orange County Fire Authority, is something that is new to these last several years. With global warming, with the fuel mixture being so dry now, fires that ordinarily they would have been able to get on and jump on very quickly take off on them, and that's what happened here, and you're looking at the result. Colleen.
Yeah, he definitely said it. He says usually they can get a handle on it. He says about wind plus fuel, he's like, now these fires, they quote, the fires run on us, and we see the result right here today. Again, and we're also hearing from the Orange County Sheriff's Department. They said they have been assisting with the evacuation. 100 homes have been evacuated. We know that that was on Coronado Point, Vista Court, and Villa Las Rosas, and we also know that the Crown Valley Valley Community Center is where people can go to who have been evacuated. We know the Red Cross is assisting. So far, 25 adults, 2 children, and 5 pets have responded to that community center. But again, we are going to follow this breaking news. We are going to be streaming this all evening long. Air 7 HD is going to stay overhead. We're going to have the very latest on our apps on ABC7 Los Angeles and wherever you can find us on your smartphones. And again, have the latest on Eyewitness News at 11 p.m.
Thanks for watching. See you then.
Hey there, Carper. Is that you in the booth? Oh, Michael. Hey, how are you? We didn't catch all that. Can you say it again? Welcome, everybody, as you join us live on ABC7.com and our ABC7 streaming apps. Chris Christie up in Air 7 HD as we continue our breaking news coverage over Laguna Niguel, where the coastal fire has enveloped an entire neighborhood just to the north of Aliso Woods Canyon here along the coast. It started around 3 o'clock this afternoon, quickly spread up the north and south side of the canyon, eventually taking with it upwards of close to 20 homes at least on the top of that hillside along Coronado Point. You're taking a live look as many of those homes continue to burn into the evening. Orange County Fire Authority with hundreds of firefighters from across the area continuing to battle these fires. Most of the brush fire portion of these flames has basically been extinguished. About 200 acres of charred land along either side of the Southern California, South Orange County wastewater treatment facility that have been completely burned up and predominantly contained along the north side. There's been some containment on the south side as well, but you can see this fire was able to make its way into the neighborhood with winds upwards of 30 to 35 miles per hour, whipping through here late this afternoon, carrying with it embers through the neighborhood from palm trees, from brush, from the houses that were burning along Coronado Point into the neighboring streets here just to the north of Pacific Island Drive. Fortunately, most of the damage has been contained to the north of Pacific Island Drive. At one point, the fire jumped Pacific Island Drive, skirted along Clubhouse Drive, if you're familiar with this area, just south of Moulton Elementary School. But firefighters have been able to contain the damage to the north side of Pacific Island Drive, where an evacuation order is currently in effect in Laguna Niguel. We're going to continue to bring you these devastating pictures. We don't have any word on any injuries. We're still waiting for more details as investigators sift through this fire and eventually try and figure out how this fire started late this afternoon. Again, it started around 3 o'clock this afternoon, about 5 hours ago. This community will be coping with this for some time. This is a fire that basically came out of nowhere. The winds shifting at the very last minute, and the fire spreading rapidly up this hillside, taking with it, again, according to the Orange County Fire Authority, at least 20 homes. Reporting from Air 7 HD, I'm Chris Christie, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
SoCal, Copter 29, South Third X-ray, we're clear of the Charlie, request to switch. AFR 15, thanks, 29, Foxtrot. Cal Fire Unit Com Helicopter 29er Foxtrot X-ray is over the fire Laguna Niguel 4,500 and above. Foxtrot X-ray is over the fire, Laguna Niguel, 4,700. Got the fire authority aircraft down there inside, maintaining visual with you, no factor. Orange County Fire Department aircraft from 29er Foxtrot X-ray, are you up then 2257? Hey guys, hey guys, you got, I'll call myself TV 7 Bravo, 4,300. I think I got one of you inside. Negative, I'm just west of the fire. Got you 5. Got you, and 4 of you hear this approach is stopping you. 47 Bravo's got you as well on the south side. They're calling me the firefighting aircraft. Yep, yeah, I'm listening to SoCal. And 4 minute pass right. Position like too dark. Got you, it's on. I got you in sight. That's pretty easy to spot helicopter. 7 Bravo is at your 11 o'clock. Let me match your altitude and pass off your left. Roger. Commercial pilot standards there. Hey Chris, say hi to Desmond from Ryan. And tell him I'm in 29FX. Happy Wednesday. I'm 7 Bravo, that's your 10 o'clock, you can pass me, I'll stay outside of you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, TB7 Bravo is out of here. We're clear to the northwest. I got all of the Arabian side. See you. You all too.
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
It's not looking good. Every other house is on fire on one side of the street, and then it jumped across the street and started burning other houses.
He just called me and said, Dad, I think our house is on fire.
It's just sad to see that our house is might be gone.
Breaking tonight, home after home, some multi-million-dollar estates going up in flames and burning to the ground as a wind and terrain-driven brush fire rips through Laguna Niguel. That fire sparking near a wastewater treatment plant, then exploding in size, putting lives and property in immediate danger. The fierce flames moving quickly upslope in steep terrain, difficult for crews to access. Here are the breaking headlines right now. At least 20 homes destroyed, hundreds of people being forced to evacuate. Property damage assessment teams are forming right now to start inspecting the damage. Crews making progress on that fire. Brand new numbers show 195 acres burning in Aliso Woods Canyon between Laguna Niguel and Laguna Beach. An evacuation center open at Crown Valley Community Center on Crown Valley Parkway. We have live team coverage from the air and on the ground, beginning with Chris Christie live in Air 7 HD. Chris?
Mark, just a terrifying day here in Laguna Niguel. Aliso Woods Canyon up in flames this afternoon. That fire is mostly out this evening, but still dozens of mansions, high-priced real estate atop Coronado Point, still burning at this hour as firefighters stand watch. There is a single helicopter continuing to make water drops into the night with the help of night vision goggles. There is one of those homes continuing to burn right now. Obviously very dark outside right now, but take a look at video we shot earlier today as this entire neighborhood was smothered in smoke and flames, and that came on so quick as we started following this fire around 3 o'clock this afternoon, and within a half hour to 45 minutes, this entire hillside was enveloped in flames. Now, at this hour, an evacuation order remains in effect for the area west of Pacific Island Drive between Flying Cloud Drive and Highlands Avenue as firefighters continue to battle these flames into the night. Hopefully, they will have this all out by tomorrow morning. But what a terrifying day it was here in Laguna Niguel. Mark, back to you.
All right, Chris Christie in Air 7 HD. Thank you. Our team coverage continues with Eyewitness News reporter Jory Rand. He is live in Laguna Niguel with a look at what fire crews are facing tonight. Jory.
Mark, we are on Coronado Point. This is the street that bore the brunt of this fire. You see hand crews here still putting water on some of these homes that came down and just collapsed after burning for so many hours. Those that couldn't get out or left their cars here, those are now gone. If you pan to your left here, Brian, you can see what was a house is now just rubble and nothing left behind to be able to be salvaged. The fire actually started on the other side of the street. Beyond what used to be these $4 to $6 million homes is a cliff. The fire began at the bottom of that hillside and just exploded its way up the hill, overtaking these homes, and firefighters could do nothing to stop the fire's forward progress. It jumped to the other side of the street, even making it down beyond this roadway to the hillside and the streets below this. Now, tonight, more than 20 families are left to rebuild with nothing left to look for. Tonight, what used to be a row of multi-million-dollar homes overlooking the Pacific Ocean in Laguna Niguel has been reduced to ash. More than 20 houses along Coronado Point burned to the ground after a small brush fire exploded up the hillside, pushed by coastal winds up through extremely dry brush. Once the fire crested the hill, there was little firefighters could do.
When you have that strong a wind blowing that fire uphill, and if you're familiar with that area, it is extremely steep. Extremely thick vegetation that has not burned in probably decades.
This is a much different fire than what we would have seen the last time this hillside burned. California's drought and rising temperatures have left any homes adjacent to wildlands at risk of becoming this.
With the climate change, the fuels beds in this county, throughout Southern California, throughout the West, are so dry that, fire like this is going to be more commonplace. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, a fire like this would have likely been stopped very small. Our resources would have got on scene quickly. The fire would have been skunking around and we'd have picked it up. with the wind behind it and the fuel as dry as it is today, you're going to see fires run on us like this.
Mandatory evacuations remain in several spots as those winds continue to kick up embers, putting homes that have survived the fire so far at risk of being the next one lost.
You'll see the firefighters out here in mass throughout the night, certainly out through it tomorrow, and they'll be making sure that this fire is completely extinguished before we walk away from it.
And they're going to have their hands full. There is still a lot of work to be done here. You see flames still going here. That's actually a ruptured gas line. We can hear the hiss as the gas escapes that line. But here, hand crews behind us are still putting water on these homes, trying to make sure that the few that survived along this stretch don't join the ones that have burned and already been lost. The good news here, if you could say that after so much property loss, is that there was no human loss. We're told no injuries either from residents or from firefighters. We hope it stays that way as these crews have a long way to go and these families are just going to have to start rebuilding. It's going to be a long process because a lot of families had their lives disrupted here today. Reporting live in Laguna Niguel, Jory Rand, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Jory, thank you. Right now, many homeowners just coming to grips with the tragic loss of their homes. Orange County Bureau reporter Jessica DeNova has been at the scene for hours, and she continues our live team coverage with the story of one woman who lost quite a lot. Jessica.
Mark, it won't be for many until tomorrow morning that they discover that their homes are among those damaged or destroyed by the flames. But one woman I caught up with, Lynn, I followed her throughout the afternoon as she waited for hours in anguish. Lynn Morey shared with me that this is actually not the only fire that she and her husband have gone through in the past year. Last July, they lost their business to a fire, and now they are left without a home. After hours of waiting in anguish,
Can't tell whose house is whose anymore.
Maury discovered her home of 9 years is among those destroyed. Are you okay?
Yeah, I just, I mean, what can he do? I'm in shock, I would say. I'm more in shock than anything else.
We were with her throughout the afternoon. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm so sorry that you and your community, your family are having to go through this. As the coastal fire ripped through the Coronado Point community, Lynn Morey, among hundreds waiting desperately to see if their homes remain standing. Around 6:30, Morey waiting a short walk from her house for a chance to catch a look.
Unfortunately, all my belongings are in the house.
Okay, everyone was able to get out safely?
Yes.
But just before 7, no one catching a break. Instead, the wind picked up, taking with it embers to start new spot fires, many going into attic spaces. Home after home going up in flames, an estimated 20 by Wednesday evening. The structures once holding back flames climbing up Aliso Woods Canyon giving way, forcing our crew and residents on Coronado Point out immediately as more firefighters rushed in. Morey watching with us from the ridgetop as plumes of black smoke filled the air in sudden explosions. You're seeing from here, you were in there earlier with me. It's not looking good. What are you thinking?
It's not looking good. Every other house is on fire on one side of the street, and then it jumped across the street and started burning other houses, and our house could be on fire.
Through it all, looking for a way to stay positive.
It's a cleansing, and it's happening for a higher reason.
I felt terrible for this woman. She shared with me that just 4 years ago, her sister passed away, and some of the only memories she has left of her photos she now lost in this fire. Reporting live in Laguna Niguel, Jessica DeNova, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Jessica, thank you. Weather conditions are always critical in any firefight. Dallas Raines joining us now with a look at how those conditions stand right now. Dallas.
That's right, Mark. Of course, early this afternoon, we had wind gusts of 35 miles per hour. Thank goodness. The good news from the Weather Center tonight is the winds have backed off a little bit. You can see this is a live shot from the fire zone, and earlier today all of these palm trees were blowing around due to the very strong winds. But again, they're starting to back down just a little bit. 59 down at Long Beach at this hour. Going to be another cool night across the area. As you can see, the winds 12, 15, 22 miles per hour still up at Santa Clarita. So we still do have some gusty winds. They are onshore winds tonight. These are not Santa Ana type of winds that we normally
normally associate with fires, but we are expecting warmer temperatures coming, Mark. As a matter of fact, in the valleys this weekend, we'll be back into the 90s. I'll have the forecast in just a minute.
All right, see you in a few, Dallas.
Thank you so much, Mark.
Oh my God, it just jumped. The fire just jumped. Oh my God.
Reactions to the fire have been pouring in across social media throughout the day and evening. Eyewitnesses capturing the big flames and orange skies filling their neighborhood. Many reacting to how quickly the fire spread in just a matter of hours. Fire investigators, meanwhile, they always look into the initial ignition point of the fire, and we're getting a glimpse of where the coastal fire appears to have started. A pilot sent these images to the FAA, captured as that aircraft was flying over Laguna Niguel at 2:45 p.m. The sharp-eyed pilot noticing smoke rising in the canyon near Aliso Creek and reporting it to air traffic control at about that time, 2:45 this afternoon. Now, even with that very early warning, the fire raced up the canyon and into that neighborhood. We mentioned earlier an evacuation center has been set up for people forced out of their homes. Not many people are in need of that center tonight, but that doesn't mean it's been completely empty. Several people have shown up tonight, dropping off donations for those affected by the fire. They say after seeing the devastation, they just want to do something to help their neighbors.
As soon as the word went out that people were in need, that people were losing their homes, being evacuated, we decided to have everyone drop off at one spot, and within an hour we had overflowing truckload of donations.
The center at the Crown Valley Community Center in Laguna Niguel remains open for anyone impacted by the fire. Stay with Eyewitness News for continuing coverage of the devastating Orange County coastal fire. You can always get the latest on ABC7.com and the free ABC7 Los Angeles app.